Chapter 2287, Make a Bet. Oh. Ling Han asked in a casual tone. Celestial Maiden Yunha almost exploded with rage. Did this person not understand the concept of Monarch Star? She humphed and continued, Yu Yuan is already at the third leaf of the eighth lotus. No matter how freakish you are, you still can't block even a single finger of his. He's the ace and the number one elite of the 100 Battles Academy. In the next battle of 1,000 realms, our placing will be determined by how well he can perform. Ling Han's interest was piqued upon hearing this and he asked, what battle of 1,000 territories? Celestial Maiden Yunha truly wanted to slap him across the face. He didn't even know about the battle of 1,000 territories? How in the world was he a student of the 100 Battles Academy? However, upon remembering that Ling Han was always cultivating in seclusion, she realized that he was perhaps truly ignorant of these matters. Our dimension has a total of 999 territories, each of which has an academy similar to ours. In order to motivate everyone to cultivate, a competition between the academies is held every 1 million years, she explained. Oh, then how high can our academy place? Ling Han asked. 72nd, Celestial Maiden Yunha replied with pride. Is 72nd very high? Ling Han didn't speak. However, his expression was already speaking louder than words. Don't think that 72nd isn't high. You have to realize that there are almost 1,000 academies. Celestial Maiden Yunha immediately said. She wore an expression of reverence and she continued, if it weren't for Brother Yu Yuan's immense power, we couldn't have even made the top 500. Ling Han understood that this was the power of a Monarch Star. One Monarch Star could rival at least 10 Monarch tiers. Scouring throughout the entire celestial realm, they could only scrape together 10 or so Monarch Stars. In the foreign realm, however, even if Yu Yuan were only on the bottom of the pile of Monarch Stars, it would still signify a total of at least 72 Monarch Stars. The gulf between the two realms was like the distance between heaven and earth. Whom has Yu Yuan taken a fancy to? Ling Han asked. This person actually dared to covet his women. Xing, Celestial Maiden Yunha replied. Oh, such good taste, huh? Even though the three women had all donned disguises, the Empress' powerful aura was simply impossible to alter. She was still noble and aloof. To supreme prodigies like Ling Han and Yu Yuan, she was as attractive as could be. Ling Han nodded and said, I'll remember this. Next time I encounter him, I'll definitely pummel him until he abandons his preposterous thoughts. Celestial Maiden Yunha was rendered speechless. She had told Ling Han about this in the hopes that he would understand that Hunyo and the others were off-limits. To her disbelief, however, Ling Han reacted in a manner completely opposite to her expectations. He was now in competition with you, Yuan. What about the other two? Ling Han asked. Celestial Maiden Yunha was flabbergasted. Just how great is your appetite? You've yet to win over even one of them, yet you're already thinking about the others? Wuxia and Sun Feng, Celestial Maiden Yunha replied. Wuxia is a monarch tier at the 7th leaf of the 11th lotus. Even though he won't necessarily reach the pinnacle 11th leaf, he's already an incredible talent. She paused for a moment before continuing, Sun Feng is a monarch tier at the 8th leaf of the 8th lotus and he's even more powerful. In fact, these three are the three most powerful cultivators in the angel quarters. Brother Yu Yuan is more so the most powerful cultivator in our entire academy. She wore an expression of reverence. That was a Monarch Star. Such prodigies were extremely rare and there were only around 100 or so Monarch Stars even throughout the entire foreign realm. Now, do you still think you have a chance with those three women? Celestial Maiden Yunha asked. Ling Han didn't reply, and he simply looked at Celestial Maiden Yunha with a strange gaze. He chuckled and said, Time and time again, you're persuading me not to chase after the three of them. Are you perhaps interested in me? Celestial Maiden Yunha was astounded. Why didn't this demon look in the mirror? With such a terrifying appearance, how could she take a fancy to him? Was she blind? Piss us off, she spat. Her eyes were about to shoot flames. She had never come across anyone as narcissistic as Ling Han before. Ling Han roared with laughter and he said, Would you believe me if I said that I could win over all three of them? You? Celestial Maiden Yunha didn't know whether to laugh or to feel angry. Which woman from the angel race would become attracted to a demon? Do you want to make a bet? Ling Han said, purposefully toying with her. Sure. Celestial Maiden Yunha immediately replied. If you lose, you owe me one fruit from the 100 fruits tree. No, since there are 3 of them, you owe me 3 fruits if you fail to attract any of them. She was at the 5th severance, yet her brother still hadn't reached this level yet. Even though they had a celestial fruit, it was only a single one. The more they had, the more insurance there would be. Moreover, even if her brother succeeded with a single fruit, they could still sell the others for an astronomical price. It would be silly of her not to raise the stakes. This was akin to someone gifting her money, so why wouldn't she take the offer? Ling Han smiled and said, "Fine. If I fail to win over any of them, I owe you 3 celestial fruits. But what if I succeed?" "You tell me," Celestial Maiden Yunha said. She wouldn't mind even if Ling Han named an exorbitant price. After all, she was confident that Ling Han definitely wouldn't succeed. In any case, how could they be attracted to a member of the demon race? Especially when there were better choices in her own trap. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, "I want 7th Lotus Great Herbs. For each one I win over, you owe me 1 Great Herb." "Deal," Celestial Maiden Yunha immediately said. Both of them were betting celestial medicines, so this was a fair exchange. Moreover, it was impossible for Ling Han to win. "Deal," Ling Han said with a smile. They traveled for 3 days before finally stopping to rest. Sure enough, the others isolated Ling Han. They sat in a circle around the campfire, yet when they saw Ling Han walking over, not a single one of them shuffled aside to let him sit. Instead, they continued to eat and drink as if he didn't exist. So what if you're powerful? Can you attack us now?" Even Celestial Maiden Yunha remained unmoving with a smile on her face. She showed no signs of wanting to help Ling Han. After all, who told him to be so arrogant? Ling Han smiled faintly before walking up to the Empress and asking, "Can I sit here?" Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Just how shameless can you be? Those are 3 stunning beauties, so even looking at them is soiling them, yet you actually dare to request a seat between them? Why don't you go die? However, in a sight that shocked them even further, the 2 women actually shuffled aside to create a spot for Ling Han. Fuck. They were all dazed as they stared at Ling Han taking a seat. They felt like they were in a dream. Celestial Maiden Yunha had been drinking tea, and upon seeing this, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of the beverage. She then broke into a fit of coughing. Ling Han had claimed that he could win over all 3 women. Even though this couldn't be counted as a success, he was still at least already halfway to success. Otherwise, who would let a stinking man sit between them, much less a stinky insect from the demon race? Everyone was overcome with agonizing grief. Just how breathtakingly beautiful were Ro and Xing. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, they submitted to the lustful request of this demon? They truly wanted to smack themselves to death with a piece of tofu. Fortunately, Nyo was pouting in clear displeasure. It was very likely that she had developed a strong resentment toward Ba. "Why, Nyo is unhappy now," Hu Nyo said in bitterness. "Sit next to Nyo. Sit next to Nyo," she shouted as she patted the space next to her. Holy fuck. Everyone choked and spluttered upon hearing this. Just then they had still thought that Hu Nyo would definitely develop resentment toward Ling Han. As it turned out, however, she was actually jealous that Ling Han hadn't chosen to sit beside her. Ling Han laughed and said, "Come, sit on my lap." Hu Nyo's displeasure instantly transformed into delight. She then stood up before jumping into Ling Han's embrace, finding a comfortable position to sit in. She wore an expression of happiness and comfort. Everyone else. Chapter 2288, Swindling Others. Who would have imagined that 3 breathtaking monarch-tier beauties would actually be won over by an ugly and pig-like demon? This was simply illogical. Ling Han toured around to raise his eyebrows at Celestial Maiden Yunha as if he were telling her to uphold her side of the wager. She now owed him 3 celestial medicines. The others didn't know about their bet, so they instantly became so infuriated that they wanted to bash him to death. He had already won over 3 supreme beauties, yet he still wanted to flirt with Celestial Maiden Yunha? Meanwhile, as a woman, Celestial Maiden Yunha refused to believe that female monarch tiers would fall in love at first sight. This was especially so since the protagonist was of the demon race. Not only that, but all 3 of them had fallen for him in unison. She came to a realization and she asked, "You were already acquainted, am I right?" Ling Han roared with laughter. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes indeed. How smart of you." Even though she was being praised by Ling Han, Celestial Maiden Yunha didn't feel a shred of happiness at all. This was because she had still lost 3 celestial medicines to Ling Han. No, she had been swindled out of 3 celestial medicines. Ling Han had purposefully led her into a trap. She was extremely angry, yet she couldn't help but admire Ling Han's ability. As a demon, he had actually won the hearts of 3 stunningly beautiful angels. He was truly a god of relationships. Everyone was still eating, yet it was as if the food was all tasteless. The 4 stunning beauties had all been won over by Ling Han, and just thinking about this pained their souls. However, prodigies were prodigies after all. After finishing their meal, they composed themselves and set off again. Nothing was as important as nurturing their own strength. Moreover, Hunyou and the others had already caught the eyes of Yu Yuan and the others. As such, when they returned to the academy, Yu Yuan and the others definitely wouldn't stand idly by as Ling Han embraced the women left and right. They continued to advance. At times, they would enter regions that were fluctuating with the regulation of light, and they would enter regions that were fluctuating with the regulation of darkness at other times. During the latter times, they would try to avoid the areas of concentrated regulations as much as possible, seeking areas that were more neutral. Fortunately, Ling Han's cultivation of the regulation of darkness wasn't powerful to begin with, so if he actively dispersed it, he wouldn't be affected by either the regulations of light or the regulation of darkness. Hunyou and the others had even lower mastery of the regulations, so they were naturally affected even less. Even though the two can't be cultivated in unison, one can take the time to analyze both and use them as a reference, Ling Han thought to himself. Heaven and earth were paramount, and their power was profound. Meanwhile, regulations were the materialization of heaven and earth's power. It was tangible and it was comprehensible. It was no longer mysterious and elusive. By comprehending both the regulation of light and the regulation of darkness, perhaps he could discover the secret to the foreign realm's power. Add to this the fact that he had once been the ruler of a realm, and this would benefit him even more. He could transcend the regulations and directly reach the fundamentals. Why was the core of heaven and earth so important? This was because it could allow one to witness matters transcendent above the regulations. Thereupon, one could obtain the knowledge to transcend the regulations. 3 months later, they arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. According to the information from my clan, this is most likely the tomb of an ancient elite, Celestial Maiden Yunha said. She was finally willing to reveal some secrets. Before this, her lips had remained sealed. This is an examination given to me by my clan, and they want to see whether I can successfully unearth this ancient tomb or not. She looked at the others and continued, "Please help me with your full strength. After opening the ancient tomb, everyone can take a treasure of their choice. If there are cultivation techniques, everyone can also make a copy for themselves. It's our honor to help you, Celestial Maiden." That's right. No need to mention treasures and whatnot. As long as there are cultivation techniques. Everyone was extremely polite. This was mainly because they already had no chance with Hunyou and the others. Meanwhile, Celestial Maiden Yunha still hadn't fallen yet, so they naturally returned their gaze to her. "Then I'll take this opportunity to thank everyone first," Celestial Maiden Yunha said as she curtsied to them. She then led them onto the mountain. She would frequently stop after walking for a while, and she would close her eyes to mull over something. Only after a moment would she start walking again. There was definitely an extremely complex map in her mind. Otherwise, there would have been no need to pause so often. Ling Han carefully observed his surroundings, and he discovered that there was indeed something peculiar about this place. The rocks were like pillars, with each of them upright and tall. He hadn't felt anything at first, but the further they ventured, the thicker the fog became. This seriously affected their vision. This was a formation. Roar! There was the howl of a beast, and a snow-white tiger suddenly lunged out from behind a stone pillar. It had a pair of wings and it was clearly a holy beast. There was a snow-white lotus on its forehead, one with 7 petals and 2 leaves. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Even though there were many monarch tiers among them, those at the 5th severance could only rival those at the Yang Soul. After all, there was still a major tier between them. Now, however, this holy beast was at the Yin Soul, meaning that it could rival 10. 5th severance monarch tiers. Moreover, this was under the condition that this holy beast wasn't a king tier or an emperor tier. Otherwise, it could easily obliterate them. "Enter the formation," Celestial Maiden Yunha cried. Before coming here, they had already made the necessary preparations. As such, they naturally wouldn't be sent into disarray by the appearance of a second-leaf 7-petal holy beast. They immediately entered a formation with 7 people in each subgroup. They could combine their power together, and they could unleash a battle prowess greater than if they simply fought together with no formation. Celestial Maiden Yunha took the lead as she immediately charged at the tiger. However, Ling Han squinted his eyes as he observed this. The appearance of this tiger was far too strange. He had a nagging feeling that this wasn't a real tiger, but instead an illusion created by a formation. Boom. Celestial Maiden Yunha's attack landed, and the tiger instantly shuddered before vanishing without a trace. Huh. Where has that holy beast gone? Perhaps it's mastered some spatial secret technique, allowing it to escape. That's right. How can a 2-leaf 7th lotus holy beast be killed so easily? They didn't dare to drop their guard, and they all remained extremely vigilant and careful lest the holy beast suddenly appeared and attacked them again. Ling Han smiled and said, "No need to be so worried. This is most likely an illusion formation, so that holy beast can't possibly appear again." "How conceited," the others said with a shake of their heads. Which part of that holy beast looked fake? Right at this moment, there was a flash of white as another holy beast appeared. It was a snow-white wolf that had a pair of wings on its back. Only its eyes were golden, and its appearance was extremely mighty and domineering. There were 7 petals and 3 leaves on its forehead. "Not good," everyone exclaimed. Their expressions changed again. They could rival 2-leaf 7th lotus elites, yet those at the 3rd leaf were far too powerful. If they battled head-on, their only fate would be death. As such, only fools would charge into battle. "Retreat first," Celestial Maiden Yunha hurriedly shouted. Everyone retreated, and only Ling Han remained unmoving. The white wolf roared as it lunged at Ling Han. Ling Han stood with his hands clasped behind his back, completely ignoring the holy beast. Whoosh! The white wolf landed upon him, yet it directly passed through his body. It was as if Ling Han were transparent. "It's genuinely an illusion," everyone exclaimed in astonishment. They then looked at Ling Han in respect and admiration. They truly hadn't discovered anything wrong with the white wolf. The gulf between their observation skills was extremely clear. Ling Han simply wore a faint smile. It was more so a sixth sense that had told him that the holy beast was fake. Moreover, he hadn't possessed this kind of sixth sense before. It had only been nurtured after he had become the ruler of a realm. This was because the ruler of a realm could transcend the regulations and directly observe the fundamentals. However, he naturally wouldn't explain this. He looked at Celestial Maiden Yunha and said, "Come, continue to lead the way." Being able to see through these illusions was one matter, and wanting him to shatter this illusion formation was another matter altogether. Celestial Maiden Yunha nodded in reply. At the same time, she breathed a sigh of relief in her mind. Fortunately, she had invited Ling Han to come along, or they would have been greatly troubled by these illusions of holy beasts, and they might have even chosen to give up and leave. She analyzed the map in her mind before setting off again. Chapter 2289, Another Group of People. This time, regardless of what holy beasts appeared, and regardless of how powerful they were, everyone ignored them as they bravely marched forward. This greatly increased their speed and they walked out of the illusion formation in just an hour. A deep cave appeared before them. However, they immediately frowned when they arrived. This was because there was already another group of people standing before the cave. Upon noticing Ling Han and the others, the group of people also turned around to look at them. There were 7 people in total, with 7 men and 2 women. Moreover, they were all from the demon race. "Why have you people come here?" someone from the group asked. "I should be the one asking this question," Celestial Maiden Yunha said in a solemn voice. A demon stepped forward and said, "Oh, you're Celestial Maiden Yunha from the Jilua clan, right?" Judging by the others' reactions, this demon was most likely their leader. Celestial Maiden Yunha observed them for a while before saying, "Jianghu from the Baoyu clan." "That's me," the demon said with a nod. He exuded a domineering aura as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Celestial Maiden Yunha's expression tensed up, and she whispered to her companions, "The Baoyu clan is a powerful 9th Lotus clan, and Baoyu Jianhu is more so a prodigy of the younger generation. Right now, he's studying at the 9 Soaring Academy." 9 Soaring Academy? Expressions of fury spread across everyone's face. Around 1 million years ago, Yu Yuan had been defeated by a freak from the 9 Soaring Academy. It was because of this that they could only place 72nd. Otherwise, the 100 Battles Academy could have ranked even higher. Thus, they naturally had no good feelings for the 9 Soaring Academy. In any case, Celestial Maiden Yunha, How did those people also get here? Someone asked. This was a key question. Even with a map, they had still gone through so many struggles to get here. If it were said that Baoyu, Jianghu and the others had made it here by luck, who would believe it? Celestial Maiden Yunhe furrowed her delicate brows. After a moment she said, the Jilua clan obtained the map from an auction. However, they sold several copies of the map, and the Baoyu clan also obtained one. Everyone frowned upon hearing this. The ancient tomb was indeed dangerous, but the greatest dangers in life often came from other living things. Oi, dude over there, are you trying to lose the face of our demon race? You're actually teaming up with a bunch of angels? Someone said to Ling Han. Their voice was filled with disdain. Indeed, angels were opposed to demons, and it would already be a good outcome if they didn't fight. Mingling together was nothing short of a miracle. Ling Han grinned and said, and what are you going to do? A demon leaped forward. His face was twisted with malice and rage and he shouted, fuck, I'm going to kill you, you degenerate. Meanwhile, the angels beside Celestial Maiden Yunhe continued to chatter and laugh. They had their arms crossed before their chests, and it was as if this had completely nothing to do with them. First of all, this was an internal conflict between demons, so it indeed had nothing to do with them. Second of all, Ling Han was far too powerful, so they didn't need to help him at all. Even Celestial Maiden Yunhe showed no signs of interfering. She simply turned to Baoyu Jianhu and said, control your own people. Otherwise, don't run to me and regret afterward. Baoyu Jianhu sneered in reply. He simply disregarded this as Celestial Maiden Yunhe making an empty show of strength. Seeing no opposition from Baoyu Jianhu, the demon immediately lunged at Ling Han. With a pressing motion, his hands transformed into a mountain of arrows. Whoosh! Tens of thousands of arrows whistled forward, yearning to pierce Ling Han and kill him. Pa! Ling Han casually swung his palm, upon which the demon was sent flying backward. He tumbled through the air, violently spitting blood and teeth as he did so. So you're actually a monarch tier. Baoyu Jianhu said in a solemn voice. The demon who had been sent flying was a fourth severance emperor tier. Meanwhile, it was during the fifth severance when a monarch tier would possess the greatest advantage over an emperor tier. As such, it was no surprise that Ling Han had ended a battle with a single strike. Baoyu Jianhu became even more infuriated. A mighty monarch tier was actually riding on the coattails of Celestial Maiden Yunhe? Was he trying to sink the demon race's face into the abyss? I said you'd regret it, Celestial Maiden Yunhe said, adding fuel to the fire. They were competition, so it was best to shoo them away as soon as possible. This naturally enraged Baoyu Jianhu even further. Then let me experience his power, he said with a humph. Hunyo leaped forward. Her finger was pointed at Baoyu Jianhu, and she wore an expression of arrogance as she said, ugly bastard, Nyo will destroy you. You ugly bastard? Baoyu Jianhu stammered with a stiff expression. He was a rare handsome man of the demon race, okay? It was simply because they belonged to different races that their perception of beauty was different. Anyhow, she actually dared to call him an ugly bastard. Toxic woman, I can't forgive you. He lunged forward, intent on giving Hunyo a vicious lesson. Who's scared of whom? Hunyo was unfazed as she charged forward. Pung pung pung. The two people immediately broke into a battle. To everyone's surprise, it was actually Hunyo who was enjoying the upper hand. Moreover, this was a significant upper hand. This was only natural. Hunyo had originally possessed the talent to become a monarch star, and it was only because there weren't enough source powers of heaven and earth, and because she only had the brand of a ninth heaven celestial king that she hadn't been able to cultivate a ninth divided soul. However, she was still a top talent among monarch tiers. Now that she had cultivated the regulations of the foreign realm, she had more so elevated her battle prowess to an even higher level. In reality, her true battle prowess was already no weaker than that of monarch stars. How could Baoyu Jianhu rival this? The young lady whooped and shouted, and as she swung her dainty fists, she appeared as beautiful as could be. However, the might of her attacks was immense, and Baoyu Jianhu was completely suppressed by her power. After several dozen more exchanges, the young lady sent Baoyu Jianhu flying with a violent kick. She obtained a flawless victory. This was only a battle at the severing mundane tier. If they had been at a higher cultivation level, Hunyo's battle prowess would have given her an even greater advantage. It was only after reaching the dividing soul tier that the gulf between monarch stars and monarch tiers became more apparent. The demons on Baoyu Jianhu's team were deeply astonished. They hurriedly helped Baoyu Jianhu up before turning around to flee. In fact, Even the angels on Celestial Maiden Yunha's team were transfixed with shock. They indeed knew that Hunyo was a monarch tier, yet they hadn't imagined that her battle prowess was also so formidable. This kind of battle prowess was quite unusual. How could the gulf between fellow monarch tiers be so great? Nyo is indeed powerful, Hunyo said with her hands on her hips. She was brimming with smugness and she appeared very beautiful like this. Celestial Maiden Yunha suppressed the shock in her mind before taking a deep look at Hunyo. Only after a brief moment did she say, "Let's head inside." They entered the cave. It was pitch black inside, and there was also an indescribable stench of decay. This was a pungent smell. After arriving at the end of the cave, they found a large corpse that had lain at rest for heaven knew how many years. It was mostly decayed, with only its skeleton remaining. It was draped in a golden robe, and it was emitting an intense stench. What kind of joke was this? Someone couldn't help but say, "This is the ancient tomb? This is the ancient corpse?" Celestial Maiden Yunha shook her head. She pointed at the corpse and said, "Move this corpse away." Everyone exchanged glances, and two people immediately stepped forward to remove the corpse. There's another cavern behind this corpse," the two people exclaimed. Ling Han also looked over. Sure enough, the large corpse had blocked the cavern behind it, making this place seem like the end of the cave. Whoosh! After moving the corpse a small distance, a powerful suction force suddenly appeared, and it was as if it wanted to suck all of them into the cavern. However, because this suction force was too powerful, the corpse was pulled back, blocking the entrance to the cavern again. The suction force instantly vanished. The two angels responsible for moving the corpse exchanged a glance before saying, "Come, let's pull harder." Their eyes were slightly red. They had actually failed to resist the suction force and move the corpse. This was fairly embarrassing. Chapter 2290, Entering the Cavern. 2/5 Severance cultivators had actually failed to move a corpse? Was this not a hilarious joke? They went to move the corpse again and they both exerted their full strength. One side of the corpse was easily moved, yet when that cavern was slightly exposed, that overwhelming suction force appeared again. Regardless of how red-faced with exertion the two people became, their attempts to move the corpse were simply futile. They couldn't move it another inch. However, they had already been embarrassed once, so how could they bear to fail again? They both gave it their absolute all. 111. Numerous symbols shone on their bodies as their wings beat rapidly. There was a flash of red, and the arm of one angel was surprisingly torn off, sending blood spurting through the air. The other angel was freaked out by this sight, and he hurriedly let go of the corpse. The corpse was instantly sucked back, blocking the entrance to the cavern again. "Tiem fine," the person who had suffered the torn arm said. As he channeled the power within him, the power of regulations enveloped him, causing a new arm to immediately grow out. This consumed a certain amount of his blood essence and power of regulations. As long as they didn't suffer extreme wounds, cultivators above the Severing Mundane tier could all recover at a rapid speed. This was because they didn't need to expel foreign martial intent. "How did you get wounded? Is there something strange about this corpse?" Celestial Maiden Yunha asked in a grave voice. "No," the person said with a shake of their head. Slightly embarrassed, he continued, "I exerted too much strength and it was because of this that I lost my arm." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, this was quickly replaced by a feeling of shock. He had actually exerted so much strength that he pulled an arm off? Just how hard was he pulling? More importantly, he had already exerted so much strength, yet he still couldn't move that corpse? The immense power of the suction force was clear for all to see. Moreover, this corpse was far too sturdy, was it not? It had already been reduced to bones, and it was eternally at the mercy of this suction force, yet it still remained intact? This was truly astonishing. "This robe is most likely a precious treasure," someone said with sparkles in their eyes. They stared at the robe on the corpse. Everyone nodded in agreement. This robe had been able to resist the power of the suction force, so its defensive ability could at least rival that of 4th Severance Emperor tiers. This was the cultivation level of the two angels just then. A 5th Severance Monarch tier stepped forward and said, "Let me try." Another 5th Severance Monarch tier came forth and said, "I'll give you a hand." They grabbed the corpse together, one taking its left hand and one taking its right. They then pulled at it with force. The corpse was shuffled over, and the suction force instantly appeared again, as violent as could be. The two monarch-tears exerted their full strength, and the veins on their foreheads were already bulging. This completely ruined their beauty, and it made them appear extremely savage. Their wings continued to flap, and their legs also rose into the air. However, even though the corpse was easy to move, trying to completely move it aside was as difficult as ascending the heavens. It was almost an impossible task. In order to avoid a similar fate to the angel before, they quickly abandoned their attempt. How can this be? Everyone asked in shock. How in the world could they enter? Even though they could create a small opening, what would they do if they were sucked in? After all, who knew what kinds of dangers lay inside? This place was filled with an eerie air, so who would be silly enough to believe that a paradise lay inside the cavern? Why don't we remove its robe first? Someone suggested. The corpse had already decayed, so as long as they removed its robe, the corpse would presumably be sucked into the cavern with ease. At that time, the entrance to the cavern would also be exposed. This suggestion won the support of the others. They felt like this was a good idea. Ling Han didn't oppose this suggestion either. He simply frowned, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. They started to remove the corpse's robe, yet they quickly discovered that the buttons of the robe were incredibly difficult to undo. After almost an hour, they finally managed to undo a single button. They instantly cheered in delight. There was finally a glimmer of hope. They continued to encourage themselves, and after an entire day they finally managed to undo all of the buttons on the robe. Whoosh! The robe slapped onto the entrance of the cavern. Plop! After fluttering for a brief moment, it was instantly sucked inside. The corpse then collapsed as well, with its hundreds of bones flying into the cavern like meteors. Not good. Before Ling Han could react, he had already lost control of his body. He was sucked toward the cavern. Not only him but everyone else was lifted off their feet and sucked toward the cavern as well. The suction force was far too terrifying. Celestial Maiden Yunha and some others flapped their wings furiously, trying their best to stabilize themselves in the air, yet their attempts were futile, and their struggles were insignificant before the power of the suction force. Whoosh! They were all sucked into the cavern. Their bodies tumbled around and they all felt so nauseous that they wanted to vomit. In fact, several people fainted, after which bile was thrown from their mouths. After at least 30 minutes, they finally saw an expanse of blinding white light before them. Pung 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 pung. They landed one after another, slamming into the ground. However, they didn't feel any pain at all. This was a snowy mountain. No wonder it was so white and so bright, and no wonder their fall wasn't painful as expected. Everyone groaned as they crawled up. Even the few people who had fainted opened their eyes in a daze. However, they immediately started to violently vomit again. They were still feeling terrible. Where is this? They all asked. Celestial Maiden Yunha was slightly pale. It was clear that the person who had drawn the map had never entered this place before, yet they had tricked others by saying that this was the tomb of some ancestral king. Their aim was to raise the price of that map. From the fact that they had sold 2 copies of the same map, it was already clear that the seller was lacking in integrity. From here on in, everything would be unfamiliar. This place was potentially fraught with danger. Someone clasped their head and said, "The bones have scattered everywhere, but that robe is nowhere to be seen." They hadn't managed to obtain anything. In fact, this was to be expected. With a single gust of wind, that robe could have been carried anywhere on the mountain. Let's head back and take a look first. They wanted to check their path of retreat. They knew not of north, south, east, and west in this region, and their chaotic arrival just then also prevented them from knowing where they had come from. However, this didn't matter. As long as they could determine the direction of the wind, they would know where they had come from. They had been sucked in here, so they could presumably find the exit as long as they traveled following the wind. They set off, and it wasn't long before they discovered a cave on the side of the mountain. However, the winds that gushed out from the cave were far too violent, and they were immediately sent flying once they neared it. They couldn't resist them at all. After several tries, they had no option but to dejectedly give up. With their current strength, they had to admit that they couldn't overcome the power of these winds. We have no option but to find another exit. They observed their surroundings. It was a sheet of white and they couldn't see any other color. Let's go. Perhaps we can still find that robe. This was at least some motivation. Just as they were about to set off, a loud screech of an eagle suddenly traveled over from the sky. They all looked up, only to see a mighty vulture soaring through the sky. Its wingspan measured 30 meters, and even though this was insignificant compared to those colossal monsters, it was radiating with an aura that instilled chilling fear in one's mind. The silver vulture also noticed them. It shot a glance at them, and this caused everyone's heart to shudder. They felt indescribably terrible. This holy beast is incredibly powerful. It's at least at the 8th lotus. Their expressions changed drastically. If they were targeted by an 8th lotus holy beast, and if they had no path of retreat, their only option would be death. Where do we flee? Chapter 2291 Youth. The silver vulture gave a violent screech as it instantly folded its wings and swooped down. Its wings cut through the air like sharp blades, creating a vacuum in its surroundings. It was as quick as lightning. Go to the cavern entrance, Ling Han shouted. At the same time he grabbed Hunyou and the others as he immediately dashed away. The others all faltered briefly before immediately coming to their senses. They also ran back to the cavern entrance. The silver vulture forcefully beat its wings, changing its rapid dive into a quick glide. It then extended its claws, grabbing at Ling Han and the others. It was truly a powerful holy beast. It was clearly still dozens of meters away from them, yet the permeation of its terrifying might was so overwhelming that they felt as if their skin were about to tear. Only Ling Han was unfazed. His cultivation level had fallen, yet his physique hadn't become weaker. It was still incredibly powerful. In fact, he could face this attack head-on and still remain unfazed. How could he feel uncomfortable with the mere might of the 8th lotus holy beast alone? The arrival of the silver vulture's attack was imminent. However, its entire body was blasted back by the wind, and it couldn't put up any resistance at all. In the face of that terrifying wind, even a cultivation of the 8th lotus was useless. Everyone roared with laughter. Not only had they escaped from great danger, but they had even caused that silver vulture to become so disheveled. They had exacted revenge, and this filled them with delight. After a while, the silver vulture composed itself, and violently swooped toward them again. However, when it arrived in the region of the violent winds, it was instantly grabbed by the air currents and sent flying into the distance. It instantly vanished from sight. Big bird, why don't you come again, huh? Hunyou waved her arms at the large vulture, provoking it to attack again. Come on, we're waiting for you here, the others also shouted in a mocking tone. The silver vulture circled in the sky. However, it didn't make any reckless moves to attack them again. It had already developed deep apprehension for those powerful winds. It attempted to attack them several more times, yet it ultimately chose to give up. With a flap of its wings, it flew into the distance. Ling Han and the others didn't dare to let their guard down. Instead, they remained alert, afraid that the large vulture would suddenly return again. After waiting for 3 days and seeing no sign of the large vulture in the sky, they finally descended the mountain and set off again. This time, however, they didn't dare to fly through the sky. Doing so would make them a huge target. They traversed across the land, but it wasn't long before everyone trained their gaze on Ling Han. This was because his entire body was red, making him stick out like a sore thumb against the snow-covered land. Ling Han chuckled in response. With a single thought, his skin instantly became snow-white. Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were all astonished. Even though changing the color of one's skin was extremely easy, ordinary monarch tears were far too proud to do such a thing. Changing one's own appearance was naturally a humiliating act. However, before they had even complained, Ling Han had already taken the initiative to change his own skin color. This was absolutely astounding. What they didn't know was that Ling Han's identity as a demon was already a disguise in the first place. Thus, he naturally couldn't care less about changing his skin color. This person knows when to yield and when not to yield. How terrifying. Even though they didn't fly, their speed was still insane, and they arrived at the foot of the mountain in no time. Their vision was still filled with endless snow. Although they were all at the Severing mundane tier, if they stayed here for too long, they would still feel a spine-chilling cold. They headed away from the mountain, and after walking for around 10 days, they finally exited the snowy plains. They saw an expanse of lush green before them, and this rejuvenated their spirits. The snowy plains had transformed into a boundless stretch of grassy plains. Along with it, their mood also brightened up. They continued forward, and the grassy plains also remained unchanging. In some places the grass was only an inch long, while in other places, it would reach almost a meter in height. In fact, there were even places where the grass would become several meters tall. It was much like a miniature forest. After walking for so many days, they finally decided to stop for a rest. After all, they had come across a holy beast before, so it was best to remain vigilant. As such, they chose to rest amid a patch of tall grass. They would use the grass as a natural camouflage. They made the most of every minute to rest. After traveling for so many days, they indeed felt slightly fatigued. Everyone was suddenly astonished by the sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. "I's a person," they immediately exclaimed. This could be determined by them thanks to the pattern of the footsteps. The being only had 2 legs, so this pretty much eliminated everything apart from humanoid beings. Perhaps someone had arrived here before them. They all shook their heads. This was extremely unlikely. After all, they had only arrived here after removing the corpse that had blocked the entrance to the cavern. Of course, they couldn't discount the possibility that someone had shrunk down in size and created a small gap to enter. They're close. They all prepared for battle. Judging by the speed of the person, their cultivation level wasn't high. Whoosh! A figure soared past overhead, allowing them to observe them clearly. This was a youth who was only 15 or 16 years old. He was shirtless, and even though he wasn't tall, his body was firm with muscles. He was from the angel race and he had a pair of wings on his back. However, these wings were pitifully small. At full stretch, they only measured a mere 60 centimeters across. Surprisingly, however, there was also a pair of horns on his head. This was clearly a unique feature of the demon race. The youth held an iron trident in his right hand, and the golden wrist guard on his forearm also reflected the dazzling light. Ling Han and the others immediately understood why this youth was fleeing. This was because a gigantic silver wolf was bounding after him, attempting to capture him. However, they immediately calmed down. This wolf was only at the 4th leaf of the 5th lotus. In other words, they could defeat it with a single glare. However, the youth was only at the 2nd leaf of the 5th lotus, which put him at a huge disadvantage against the wolf. He was naturally no match for it. After the youth and wolf passed, they all stood back up. With their cultivation, concealing themselves from this person and wolf was no difficult task. They exchanged glances, and they could all see the astonishment on each other's faces. This was because this youth was clearly too weak to have entered from that cavern entrance on the snowy mountain. This was an indigenous person. Just where in the world was this place? They followed the youth and they were in no hurry to interfere. The youth continued to flee, yet his speed was no match for the wolf's. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. In less than 15 minutes, the wolf arrived behind him, and it swiped at the youth's exposed back with a stretch of its right paw's claws. Right at this moment, the youth let out a loud roar as he stamped his right foot and suddenly turned around. He faced the gigantic wolf, and violently thrust his iron trident forward. The wolf extended its claws to block, yet it actually failed to push the trident aside. It was as if the youth's strength had instantaneously grown by a great amount. Puh! The trident stabbed the wolf's left eye, sinking deep into its skull. Puh! The wolf counterattacked, sending the youth flying. However, it had no energy to continue pursuing him. Instead, it continued to jump around with blood spraying from its left eye. It howled in grief. Puh! The trident finally fell out, and the wolf used its remaining right eye to search for the youth. It wanted to kill him. However, even though the wolf didn't see Ling Han, it saw the dozen or so other people. It had suffered severe wounds and even its brain had been heavily wounded. As such, how could it still think properly? Upon seeing people, it immediately lunged over with no hesitation at all. P*** is off, a monarch tear shouted. Pa! The wolf instantly transformed into a cloud of blood. Chapter 2292, Strange Wrist Guard. A mere Genesis tier demonic beast was nothing but trash before a 5th Severance monarch tier. It was ripped apart by a single roar. My wolf! My wolf! The youth exclaimed as he crawled up from the floor. There was a bleeding wound on his lower abdomen, yet he didn't pay any heed to this. Instead, he was dazed as he stared at the remains of the wolf with a dejected expression. Give me my wolf back, the youth shouted. His daze suddenly transformed into fury, and he instantly tuned around to yell at the monarch tier. The monarch tier was extremely displeased. Just what kind of status did he possess? Yet, a mere 5th Lotus cultivator dared to yell at him? Absolutely ludicrous. He raised a hand and pointed at the youth. Even if he didn't kill him, he would give him a bitter lesson. Ling Han chuckled as he casually waved a hand. Puh. The monarch tear was instantly sent flying. He's still a youth, and you indeed destroyed his spoils of battle. Is chiding you wrong? Bewitching Maiden Ro was increasingly familiar with Ling Han, and she immediately stepped forward to say, "Little brother, tell this older sister, why were you engaged in such a risky hunt?" She practiced charm techniques so she could subdue others without lifting a single finger. Even though her cultivation had been suppressed to the 5th severance, she had still advanced to become a monarch tier after all. This allowed her to become stronger against those at the same cultivation level. Moreover, the youth was only at the Genesis tier, so he more so couldn't resist her charm techniques. The youth felt as if the woman before him was as beautiful as a holy saint. He involuntarily wanted to obey her words, and he replied, "Today's my coming-of-age ceremony, so I need to hunt prey that's stronger than me. That way I can prove my worth to join the hunting team." "What's your name? And where are you from?" Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. "My name is Yong Qin," the youth replied. Intoxicated, he then said, "I'm from the Mayhan tribe. Big sister, you're so beautiful." A proud smile involuntarily spread across Bewitching Maiden Ro's face. The youth's final remark certainly wasn't because of her charm techniques. Instead, he truly found her beautiful from the bottom of his heart. This praise made her extremely happy. "Big sister, I'll give you 10 items of prey to ask for marriage. Will you marry me?" Yong Qin asked. He surprisingly started to propose. Everyone involuntarily laughed. This youth was truly interesting. Bewitching Maiden Ro wore a proud expression as she said, "I'm already married." Disappointment instantly washed over Yong Qin's face. It was as if his life had lost all meaning. "Young man, can you show me your wrist guard?" Ling Han asked. He gazed at the wrist guard on the youth's forearm. An alert expression instantly spread across Yong Qin's face. "What are you trying to do?" "That's right, who are you people?" He had actually revealed his identity in a daze. How uncanny. Ling Han smiled and said, "We're not bad people. You can completely trust us." Yong Qin naturally wouldn't believe him. His expression remained skeptical. "Little brother, you need to trust us," Bewitching Maiden Ro said. There was a glimmer in her eyes. Yong Qin involuntarily nodded. "This wrist guard can't be removed. Unless I die." Ling Han was astonished. He grabbed the youth's hand and carefully observed the wrist guard. Just then, the youth had been able to kill the wolf thanks to his tactic of purposefully fleeing to encourage an attack from the wolf. At the last moment, he launched a sudden strike to gain the upper hand. However, another reason for his success was this wrist guard, which suddenly glowed with a brilliant light the moment that he attacked. It bestowed him with more power. However, unlike the treasures that Ling Han was familiar with, this wrist guard wasn't decorated with any tool symbols. Even though there were patterns, these were simply decorations. This made him feel extremely curious. Others weren't as observative as him. After all, Ling Han had acted as the ruler of a heaven and earth for a period of time. Thus, he was now extremely sensitive to changes in power and regulations. In any case, even if the others noticed this detail, they wouldn't pay any heed to it. That was simply a tool at the 5th lotus, so how could it catch their attention? Ling Han carefully observed the wrist guard. Apart from being exquisitely beautiful, there was nothing else special about it. He became even more curious. He used his divine sense to observe its internals, yet this immediately led to an unforeseen accident. With a crack, the wrist guard suddenly shattered, apart before falling from the young man's wrist. "Ah!" Yong Qin exclaimed in astonishment. His expression became dejected and he shouted, "My wrist guard! My wrist guard!" His shouts were filled with grief. With the wrist guard falling to the ground, it was easy to see the needle-sized hole on the young man's wrist. However, Genesis tier cultivators possessed decent recovery ability, so it wasn't long before this wound disappeared. This wound had most likely been left by the wrist guard. The youth had stated that his wrist guard couldn't be removed unless he was killed. Perhaps this needle-sized wound was what the wrist guard used to observe his life force. Ling Han let Bewitching Maiden Ro console the youth. Meanwhile, he picked up the broken wrist guard and started to carefully examine it. He was immediately astonished by the intricate nature of its internals. It was filled with thin threads, though these threads had already been messed up now. It was as if the precious tool had self-destructed, forbidding others from observing its construction. Ling Han pondered for a brief moment. His strength was far above the upper limit of this wrist guard, so when his divine sense entered it, the wrist guard was naturally unable to resist. This most likely activated its self-destruct mechanism. Strange. Far too strange. If this precious tool had a tool spirit, was the most important thing not to protect its own life? Why would it choose to self-destruct? Meanwhile, the youth stopped his fit thanks to the comforting words of bewitching Maiden Ro. However, he still wore an ashen expression. According to him, precious treasures like this wrist guard were extremely valuable in his tribe. They were symbols of status. If they were destroyed, their owners would also be belittled and disdained by the rest of the tribe. Ling Han was extremely interested and he said, "Let's go and take a look at his tribe." Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others didn't have any better suggestions, so they nodded in agreement after exchanging a few glances. They set off with the youth. However, they only arrived at the camp described by the youth after traveling for 3 days. It was a collection of tents that were placed in a circular shape. Several days ago, the youth had left by himself to hunt a wild beast that was stronger than him. This was in order to complete his coming-of-age ceremony. "Yongqin," someone shouted. There was a woman standing at the entrance of the camp, and she started waving at the youth from very far away. "Mom," the youth exclaimed. He also waved his hand as he ran toward the woman. "Son, you didn't get injured, did you?" the woman asked as she embraced the youth. She looked him up and down with a caring expression. "Mom, I'm fine," Yongqin said. It was clear that he was slightly embarrassed before everyone else. "Wh, where's your wrist guard?" the woman immediately exclaimed upon noticing its disappearance. "That's a long story," Ling Han said as he walked over. "Who are you people?" the woman asked with an alert expression. She was surprisingly at the 6th lotus, though she had only reached the 1st leaf. She didn't have a wrist guard, but she instead wore a shoulder guard. At this moment, it was already glowing with a faint light. This was most likely a precious tool similar to the youth's wrist guard. Ling Han smiled faintly and replied, "Outsiders who accidentally arrived here." This woman was a pure demon. With this in mind, the youth's father was most likely a member of the angel race. After all, he was a mixed-blood child. As they spoke, more members of the tribe had already wandered over. They all stared at Ling Han and the others, and they were each holding an iron trident. Moreover, they were all wearing helmets, chest plates, knee guards, wrist guards, and similar types of precious tools. They all wore cautious expressions. Chapter 2293, Truly Strange. Ling Han raised his hands and said, "We have no evil intentions. We only arrived here by accident." An elder walked out from among the people. There was a walking stick in his hand and he was already fully bald. His white eyebrows hung down on the sides, and it was clear that he had already lived for many years. His eyes were filled with wisdom and he asked, "From where have you come? For what reason have you come?" Ling Han gave a brief summary of their experiences without explicitly hiding anything. If he wanted to win their trust, it was best not to tell any lies. In any case, there was no need for him to lie anyway. After hearing his story, the members of the tribe all wore astonished expressions. There was actually a bigger world outside this heaven and earth. These tribespeople didn't have any malicious intentions. Since Ling Han had treated them with honesty, they naturally paid him back with honesty. They told him the secrets of this land. In fact, their story was very simple. They had lived here for generation after generation, and their greatest ambition was simply to stay alive. This was because this land had very scarce resources. If they wanted to survive, they needed to hunt powerful beasts. Alternatively, they could compete for the herbivores with these carnivorous wild beasts. Ling Han and the others were quite surprised. After reaching the 2nd lotus, which was equivalent to the spiritual pedestal tier of the celestial realm, cultivators could survive simply by breathing spiritual qi. After reaching the mountain river tier, one wouldn't die even if their spiritual qi were exhausted. They would simply become extremely weak. However, the people here were all at the 5th lotus or 6th lotus, yet they still worried about survival? Was this not strange? Hang on. After hearing the tribespeople's explanation, Ling Han and the others also noticed that something was off. Their strength had surprisingly weakened a bit. Perhaps we've eaten too little? They had only eaten a single meal these past 10 days, so perhaps this had affected their strength. This was inconceivable. The spiritual qi here is almost exhausted. It's almost impossible to cultivate, they exclaimed. They should have discovered this upon arriving at this place. However, they only realized it now, and it was as if there were some mysterious power affecting their cognitive ability. Fuck. Where in the hell is this? Everyone was slightly scared. If they didn't eat, they would actually risk death? If they told this to anyone else, they would be laughed off like a clown. Now, however, this was a very real threat. Since spiritual qi is deficient, how are those holy beasts cultivating? Ling Han asked. They had reached their cultivation level by eating. Even though this place had little spiritual qi, it did still exist after all. It was simply that one couldn't extract this spiritual qi through normal methods. Only the plants that grew on the land could absorb this spiritual qi. After ingesting these plants, the herbivorous animals would then naturally have a reserve of spiritual qi. After being hunted and eaten, these herbivorous animals would then provide spiritual qi to the cultivators. Everyone could understand this. However, why would they starve to death if they didn't eat? They quickly learned another piece of vital information. Everyone in the tribe had a limited lifespan. Currently, the record for the oldest person was 800 years old. They had died from natural causes, and not at the hands of a wild beast. Only a mere 800 years. One had to realize that those at the heaven tier could already live for 800 years. After reaching the severing mundane tier, one would more so never need to worry about their lifespan anymore. They simply needed to overcome their immortal's tribulation. Here, however, disease and death were all important matters that people needed to worry about. It's as if immortal's tribulation occurs once a year here. Thus, even the strongest person could only hold on for 800 years before being killed, Ling Han speculated in his mind. This wasn't impossible. After all, there were already cases of people starving to death. That being the case, it wouldn't be impossible for immortal's tribulation to befall more frequently in this heaven and earth. Ling Han asked for more information from the tribe's people. However, even though this tribe was always migrating around, they only did so in a small area 500 kilometers in radius. They couldn't migrate any further. This was because another tribe existed beside them. If they ventured any further, they might potentially trigger a battle. Ling Han was extremely interested in their precious tools, so he started to ask about their origins. All of our armor comes from the Holy Mountain, the elder replied. According to him, one simply needed to forge their armor and bring it to the Holy Mountain. After leaving it there for 3 years, they could retrieve it to use. This armor could be used to increase either their offensive ability or their defensive ability. However, it would feed on their blood when they used it, and thus each person could only possess one piece of such armor. If they tried to use more, they would naturally die once their blood essence was exhausted. These pieces of armor were the most valuable asset of this tribe. This was their key to survival. Second to this was food. In fact, both were almost equally as important. As such, the tribe's people neither gifted Ling Han and the others with armor, nor did they welcome them with food. Ling Han and the others hadn't noticed it before, but they discovered that they were incredibly hungry at this moment. It was as if they had truly transformed into ordinary mortals. We most likely entered the territory of some powerful elite. This place is run according to their regulations, so we're also subject to the cycle of life and death. We can also feel hunger and starvation. Everyone reached the same conclusion. However, its effects are so great, and it's even overriding the ordinary regulations of heaven and earth. Just how powerful is this person? Heavenly Venerate? Someone asked in a shaky voice. Celestial Maiden Yunha immediately shook her head, saying, only the regulations within a small region are being affected, so even ancestral kings are capable of this. It's simply the case that the stronger an ancestral king, the larger the region that they can affect. Celestial kings stood equal with the regulations, so it was possible for them to override the regulations of heaven and earth within a small region. However, even if this were only a 10th Lotus ancestral king, how could Ling Han and the others hope to rival them with their measly power? Eyes most likely beneath an ancestral king to engage in such behavior, Ling Han said. Ancestral kings couldn't be so bored and silly. Perhaps this ancestral king has already passed away. Or maybe they've been severely wounded and trapped in an unconscious state. Ling Han wasn't overly worried. If it truly came to the worst, he could unleash the might of the Black Tower to forcefully break free from this place. However, if he did this, the Black Tower might truly become a crippled tower. It would lose all of its power. Thus, unless it was absolutely necessary, he definitely wouldn't use the Black Tower again. Ling Han wore a faint smile as he retrieved some food from the Black Tower. The tribe's people instantly started to drool upon seeing this. Not only them, but the eyes of Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others also glimmered with greed. After reaching their cultivation level, they would only store star stones and celestial medicines in their spatial god tool. How could they have any food? Food for armor. Deal or no deal? He asked with a smile. Don't lie to me. There are definitely new pieces of armor lying around. The tribespeople salivated as they stared at the food. Esteemed guest, you have to realize that the metals and ores used to forge these pieces of armor are extremely difficult to mine, an elder of the tribe said. He was clearly trying to bargain. Ling Han wasn't afraid of them asking for a higher price as long as they were willing to trade. Thus he smiled and said, I can add some more food. However, the more important thing is, how many items do you have to exchange? The elder smiled and even the wrinkles on his face smoothed out a little. After bargaining for a while, Ling Han used a large amount of food to trade for a set of armor. He could armor himself from head to toe. However, he was told by the tribespeople that even if someone were incredibly strong, they could at most only wear 2 pieces of armor at once. Otherwise they would be seeking death. Ling Han nodded in understanding. He then traded for 1 more wrist guard and tossed it to Yong Qin. This was to compensate him for his loss. After that, he started to immediately investigate these pieces of armor. Chapter 2294, Full Set. However, before starting his investigation, Ling Han was dragged along by the Empress and the others to eat a meal first. Everyone was starving and there were also peculiar regulations here. While they still maintained their power, they also faced the challenges of ordinary mortals. They would feel thirst and they would feel hunger. They would even be constricted by a limited lifespan. Thus, they were all extremely anxious to leave this place. Otherwise, they might truly die of old age. Moreover, after the lesson from just then, they would definitely store some food in their spatial god tool in the future. After all, they never knew when it might come in handy. Ling Han generously shared his food with everyone. However, he naturally limited how much food he shared. It was just enough for everyone to relieve their hunger. If they wanted more, no problems. They could trade for more using celestial medicines. This caused everyone to fume. Ling Han was blatantly scamming them in a time of dire need. However, Ling Han was neither stealing nor robbing, even though he was clearly stronger than them. Thus, what could they say? Several people couldn't endure the hunger, so they set off to hunt. Ling Han chuckled upon seeing this. He then entered the Black Tower after satisfying the appetites of Hunyo and the others. Before entering, he first made some gestures with his arm, cutting out a part of the space before him. He then placed 2 unopenable scrolls inside this space. These scrolls couldn't be taken inside the Black Tower, nor could they be placed in his spatial storage rings. They could only remain in heaven and earth. It was as if they were the property of the heavens, things that couldn't leave the gaze of heaven and earth for even a split second. The void naturally belonged to the heavens as well. It was just that very few people entered. Ling Han used the regulations of space to create a stable space before him. This space could remain for a long time without crumbling. These scrolls were truly glorious beings. Each time he entered the Black Tower, he would need to create a space for them first. He sighed as he entered the Black Tower. His body instantly became lighter, and it was as if something that had been weighing down on him had suddenly disappeared at this instant. Small tower, wake up, Ling Han said. This was the foreign realm, so without the power of heaven and earth from the celestial realm, Small Tower would remain in a state of deep sleep. It wouldn't wake for trivial reasons. You're wasting my energy again, Small Tower said. Ling Han chuckled and said, observe your surroundings. What power is this? Small Tower paused for a moment before replying. This power is around that of an 8th heaven celestial king, however, it feels completely lifeless. It's most likely that a 9th heaven celestial king passed away, after which his body fused into this heaven and earth, thereby replacing the original regulations of this land. It's also because of this that their power fell to the 8th heaven. A dead celestial king would naturally become weaker than when they were alive. Thus, it was understandable that their power fell from the 9th heaven to the 8th heaven. Ling Han nodded in understanding. As long as this wasn't the power of a heavenly venerate, he could use the might of the Black Tower to break free. At the very least, he had a path of retreat. This filled him with confidence. When that person had sold Celestial Maiden Yunha the map, they had lied and said that this was the tomb of an ancestral king. Surprisingly, however, his lie had transformed into a reality. This was genuinely the tomb of an ancestral king. Moreover, it was the resting place of an 18th Lotus ancestral king. Are these strange pieces of armor also created by the power of this celestial king? Ling Han picked up a wrist guard. As long as this piece of armor was placed on the so-called Holy Mountain, it would automatically transform into a precious tool. He could only attribute this to the influence of the celestial king. He wore the wrist guard and he immediately felt a sharp prick on his skin. However, his physique was far too powerful, so the wrist guard failed to penetrate his skin. With a single thought, he reduced the power of his physique. He instantly felt a slight pain, and a thin needle pierced into his skin, stabbing into his vein. Ling Han was astonished. He could feel the wrist guard fusing together with him, and it was as if it had become part of his body. Interesting. With a thought from him, the patterns of the wrist guard immediately lit up, causing a torrent of power to surge into his body. This elevated his battle prowess by a slight amount. However, a drop of his blood was also consumed. This was the price that the tribespeople spoke of? Ling Han was slightly surprised. Even though a drop of his blood had been consumed, this was truly nothing compared to the amount of blood he had. Moreover, his life essence was profound, so as long as his blood essence wasn't consumed, he could endlessly create ordinary blood. Of course, this blood was only ordinary compared to his blood essence. His physique had been tempered using the indestructible Heaven Scroll, so his ordinary blood was comparable to the blood essence of others. If this is the case, I can wear far more than 2 pieces of armor at once, he murmured to himself. He entered the wrist guard with his divine sense again. However, even though this wrist guard belonged to him, it was still resistant to his observation. It instantly shattered into pieces. This piece of armor isn't as strong as me, so it immediately shattered upon being observed by my divine sense. However, if it was stronger than me, it could most likely keep my divine sense from entering. Otherwise, this kind of armor would be completely meaningless. Enemies would be able to shatter it with a single sweep of their divine sense. Fortunately, I traded for a few more wrist guards. Ling Han wore another wrist guard. Not 1 but 2. The 2 wrist guards lit up in unison. This placed more stress on Ling Han's body, though it was still an insignificant amount. What about 3? What about 4? One after another, Ling Han continued to wear more pieces of armor. Eventually he was armored from head to toe. However, because the tribespeople had never considered making a full suit of armor, these pieces of armor were extremely incompatible, with clear gaps between the different pieces of armor. However, Ling Han was slightly astounded as he threw a punch. Pum. A burst of energy surged forward, transforming into a terrifying cyclone of energy. My original battle prowess was around the Earth Soul. Now, however, it's reached the Heaven Soul. In fact, it's even slightly more powerful. In other words, a full suit of armor can elevate my battle prowess by a minor tier. This is equivalent to a king tier becoming an emperor tier becoming a monarch tier, or a monarch tier becoming a monarch star. This was absolutely astounding. This was only a suit of armor, one which wasn't very difficult to obtain in fact. As long as one forged a billet and placed it on the Holy Mountain, it would transform into such armor after only 3 years. If this armor can be used in the 2-realm battlefield, won't the foreign realm gain a significant advantage? Ling Han mulled over this problem. This secret technique was seemingly confined to this heaven and earth, with no one else aware of its existence. Anyhow, his vitality was far too rich. He felt completely fine even after wearing a full suit of armor. Ling Han exited the Black Tower, and his armored appearance instantly shocked everyone in the surroundings. Divine deity. Upon witnessing Ling Han's appearance, the tribespeople all fell to their knees. They kowtowed to Ling Han, and their expressions were as respectful as could be. They were truly treating him like a divine deity. Meanwhile, Hunyao and the others exchanged a glance. They felt like Ling Han's appearance was slightly stupid. Ling Han hadn't imagined that his getup would elicit such a strong reaction. Thinking about it carefully, however, the people in the tribe could only wear 2 pieces of armor at most, so it was indeed shocking that he had been able to don a full suit of armor. He laughed before calling Hunyao and the others over. He planned to visit the Holy Mountain as soon as possible, for the corpse of the 18th Lotus ancestral king most likely lay there. If he could deal with it there, he wouldn't need to use the Black Tower to escape. In addition, he was extremely interested in how these pieces of armor were created. If he could learn the method, he could significantly improve the celestial realm standing against the foreign realm. Chapter 2295, Holy Mountain. Celestial Maiden Yunhe and the others pondered for a moment before hurriedly running over to follow Ling Han. Ling Han was far too powerful and his mind was also extremely nimble. They couldn't go wrong if they followed him. Ling Han didn't stop them either. Even though he detested the people of the foreign realm, those who invaded the celestial realm all belonged to the demon race. Not a single one of them belonged to the angel race. Thus, it was extremely difficult for him to hate them. In any case, the angel race was battling against the dark inverse realm on the other side of the foreign realm, so Ling Han naturally wished that they were as powerful as could be. Otherwise, if the dark inverse realm conquered the foreign realm, the next in line to fall would be the celestial realm. Because of this, he decided to give Celestial Maiden Yunhe and the others a hand. He would bring them out of this place. The invading claws of the foreign realm needed to be severed. However, the armor that defended them needed to be reinforced. They needed to hold back the invading dark inverse realm. They ventured into the distance, coming across several other tribes in the process. However, they passed these areas peacefully, not triggering any conflict. After a dozen or so days, a large mountain appeared in their vision. It was golden yellow, and it was much like a mountain that had been created from gold. "This is the Holy Mountain," they all said. According to the information provided by the tribe's people, this was the Holy Mountain. From the outside, it looked like a mountain that had been forged from gold. However, when they ascended it, it would appear no different from ordinary mountains. For some strange reason, however, it would always look like a golden mountain from afar. From this point on, their journey would start to become dangerous. According to the tribe's people, powerful beasts wander around the foot of the mountain, hunting those who come to ascend the mountain. In fact, the most powerful beast can rival those at the ninth lotus. If we come across one, we won't even have the opportunity to flee. We must be extremely careful. They quietly chattered among themselves. This place was far too dangerous, and the wild beasts more so wouldn't give a toss about their backgrounds. Regardless of whether they were the successor of a large clan or a student of the 100 Battles Academy, they would be eaten if they were caught. Here, staying alive was their top priority. Ling Han was slightly more confident. Even though his cultivation had been suppressed, his divine demon sword had already advanced to the level of divine metal. Even though it still had yet to reach the level of celestial tool, the domineering nature of its sword chi could already threaten those at the ascending origin tier. Of course, the prerequisite to this was that Ling Han had an opportunity to launch an attack. Otherwise, if an ascending origin tier elite killed him with a single thought, everything would be for naught. In this place, metals were a rare commodity. However, they did still exist. Thus, tribespeople would enter the Holy Mountain every year, transforming ordinary pieces of armor into treasured tools. However, the probability of being killed was also extremely high. As such, it wasn't strange to see pieces of armor littering the ground. This was a common sight. Of course, these billets would also be picked up by others. They wouldn't stay on the ground forever. Ling Han and the others saw several armor billets as they walked toward the Holy Mountain. This was a physical reminder of the cruel reality of this place. People were dying all the time. Crackle. A strange sound ripped through the air, and they looked over to see a gigantic insect appear. Its body was pitch black and covered in a layer of solid armor that reflected a metallic glow. A lotus bloomed on its back, showing 7 petals and 4 leaves. It flapped its cicada-like wings, and it was this that caused the strange sound. Celestial Maiden Yunhe and the others all wore anxious expressions. This insect was extremely powerful, far exceeding the limits of their battle prowess. They all retrieved their precious armor, yet they still felt a complete lack of confidence. The gulf between them was simply too great. Ling Han strode forward. His suit of armor significantly boosted his battle prowess, allowing him to rival those at the 4th leaf of the 7th lotus. "Brother Ba, don't be reckless." Celestial Maiden Yunhe hurriedly shouted in warning. She wasn't worried about Ling Han per se, but rather worried that they would lose their key to leaving this place. The others all nodded in agreement. Against a powerful insect like this, fleeing was naturally the best course of action. According to the tribe's people, the Holy Mountain was a forbidden area for the insect race and the holy beasts. Not a single one of them dared to enter. Thus, they would be safe as long as they fled onto the mountain. "Don't worry, Nyos is the strongest. He can definitely defeat this ugly insect. Hunyo was filled with confidence. Fortunately, she had finally become a little smarter, and she didn't directly call Ling Han's name. No one believed her. Those at the 5th leaf of the 6th lotus possessed a battle prowess around the 1st leaf of the 7th lotus. The gulf between this and the 4th leaf was far too great. It would be a miracle if Ling Han could win. Crackle. The gigantic insect fluttered its wings as it swooped down at Ling Han. Just the turbulence caused by its flapping wings was already terrifying, with the surrounding air transforming into blades of wind that slashed at Ling Han. Ling Han roared as he threw a fist, with his attack instantly transforming into a giant hammer. Clang clang clang. The blades of wind were obliterated. The hammer then raced toward the insect at an incredible speed. Everyone was shocked by this sight. They knew that Ling Han was powerful as he possessed the ability to defeat a monarch tier at the same cultivation level in a single strike. This placed his true battle prowess at the 2nd leaf or even the 3rd leaf of the 7th lotus. However, one's freakish power needed to have a limit, right? After all, his cultivation level was clear for all to see. He still had yet to reach the 7th lotus. However, Ling Han's attack instantly provided them with boundless delight. He could easily rival the attacks of those at the 4th leaf of the 7th lotus. They gazed at Ling Han's suit of armor, which was fully glowing at this moment. Even though it couldn't be considered as a genuine set, it still made Ling Han appear extremely domineering and mighty at this moment. Perhaps this is... Celestial Maiden Yunha's expression instantly became animated. "Also have the same thought," a monarch tier said. His eyebrows jiggled and it was as if he were about to start dancing. "The Dark Inverse Realm's armor," several people exclaimed in unison. Celestial Maiden Yunha's face flushed red with excitement, and she was beside herself with delight. The rough billets can transform into battle armor after being placed on the Holy Mountain. Judging from this Holy Mountain definitely has links to the Dark Inverse Realm. We've always wanted to discover the secret behind the Dark Inverse Realm's armor. If we can obtain this secret, our overall battle prowess will rise by a significant amount. At that time, resisting the Dark Inverse Realm will be no problem, and conquering the Celestial Realm will also be far easier than anticipated. In fact, we might even be able to launch a counterattack against the Dark Inverse Realm. After fusing the two dimensions together, even if we don't become a medium-level dimension, we can still at least rise to the top of the low-level dimensions. Even though we've killed several elites from the Dark Inverse Realm at the border, once they die, their armor also self-destructs. As such, we've never been able to discover the secrets behind their armor. Perhaps, this is a chance. They were all filled with excitement. If they truly managed to bring a flawless suit of armor back, they would have made a massive contribution to the foreign realm. Perhaps even heavenly venerates would come to commend them. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Ling Han was still battling against the giant insect. Even though his battle prowess was extremely impressive, the giant insect's shell was a natural layer of armor. It was incredibly hard, and even Ling Han's full-power attacks could only leave some dents. However, these dents would quickly recover, and it was as if the insect wasn't being affected at all. As the battle dragged on, Ling Han also discovered that he was becoming increasingly hungry. It was as if his strength had been exhausted, and he was overcome by a feeling of fatigue. This was the peculiar suppression of this heaven and earth. Living beings all had to consume food. Otherwise they would feel fatigued and exhausted. On the other hand, this giant insect had clearly become familiar with this peculiar environment, so its endurance was far greater than that of Ling Han. If this continued, Ling Han would lose. The excitement was wiped off everyone's face. If the situation didn't improve, they would all die here. "Hurry up and ascend the mountain," they said with urgency. Since Ling Han could still rival the giant insect, they needed to seize this opportunity to climb the mountain. Otherwise they would face certain death. Ling Han shook his head. He then retrieved the divine demon sword. Chapter 2296, Tempted. Upon appearing in heaven and earth, the divine demon sword pulsed with a chilling glimmer, and radiated with an overwhelming murderous aura. Ling Han roared as he charged forward with sword in hand. The giant insect was unaware of the divine demon sword's might, so it was fearless as it faced Ling Han's attack head-on. His shell was indeed hard to crack. Without weapons, those at the same cultivation level would be unable to wound it. Ling Han slashed down, causing a brilliant sword light to soar into the air. It was as if he were opening the sky. Pooh! The sword light sank into the giant insect's body, piercing it from one end and leaving from the other. Its radiance illuminated the sky. Ling Han dashed past, and the body of the large insect was immediately separated into two. Green blood sprayed through the air as its life force was extinguished. Everyone was speechless with shock. What was going on? Ling Han had clearly been at an absolute disadvantage, yet he had instantly turned the tables after retrieving his sword? In fact, he had achieved victory in a single strike? This was simply unfathomable. Moreover, Ling Han was only at the 5th leaf of the 6th lotus, yet he could kill an opponent at the 4th leaf of the 7th lotus in the blink of an eye. Was the cultivation level limit still effective against him? Even the iron rule of the cultivation world had become trash. Ling Han swung his sword several more times, dismembering the giant insect. He found a fist-sized emerald green orb in its heart. This was the core of the giant insect's power, and he could extract the power from within it. As for the insect's flesh, Ling Han and the others naturally wouldn't consider it. They wouldn't touch it unless they were starving to death. Brother Ba, how impressive. Celestial Maiden Yunhe was rendered speechless. This person's might had already reached an indescribable level. And that sword, it had destroyed the insect's tough shell in a single slash. It was also unbelievably powerful. This sword is incredible, they all exclaimed in their minds. When Ling Han drew the sword, they all felt a mysterious chill running down their spines. It was as if their skin were being sliced. Their hearts thumped and their bodies shuddered. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "We can climb the mountain now." He was the first to set off, closely followed by the Empress and the others. They were already accustomed to Ling Han's freakish power. As for the others, they were still feeling dazed as they blankly followed after Ling Han. They were like mindless puppets being dragged along by a string. Even though Celestial Maiden Yunhe was following Ling Han, she was so dazed that she didn't know where she was placing her feet as she walked. There was only Ling Han in her eyes. Even though this demon was extremely ugly and as crude as a pig, she truly couldn't deny his talent in cultivation. Monarch tears at the 5th leaf of the 6th lotus could at most only rival or defeat those at the 1st leaf of the 7th lotus. If they came across someone at the 2nd leaf of the 7th lotus, their only fate would be defeat. This was an iron rule. This was the advantage of one major tier. However, not only could Ling Han easily defeat those at the 2nd leaf and 3rd leaf of the 7th lotus, he had even managed to kill an insect at the 4th leaf of the 7th lotus with a single slash. His immense power caused her heart to flutter. How could monarch tears be so powerful? In fact, even monarch stars weren't so powerful. After all, could a monarch star at the 9th leaf of the 7th lotus defeat someone at the 4th leaf of the 8th lotus? This was not to mention achieving victory in a single strike. She was a prodigious woman, so her standards were naturally as high as could be. Only monarch stars could tempt her heart. However, if they truly courted her, she would still be reserved and consider their character first. Now, however, her body couldn't help but feel hot with excitement whenever she thought about Ling Han's power. A mysterious current of warmth flowed through her body, and she could barely stop herself from leaping into his embrace. She wanted to experience his passionate kiss, his rough fondling, and even the weight of his body on hers as he forcefully. She suddenly jolted awake. She had actually become such a pervert. That's a detestable demon. He's as ugly as a pig. Look at that crimson-red skin, those terrible horns, those strong arms. If he embraces me, I'll definitely be filled with a sense of safety. Be. Celestial Maiden Yunhe hurriedly clasped her head with her hands. Her thoughts had wandered off again. She sighed in her mind. Unfortunately, she had fallen for this barbaric man from the demon race. They set off for the holy mountain. However, their journey was destined to be troublesome, and they quickly came across a golden bear. It was only 30 centimeters tall, and it looked incredibly adorable. However, it was extremely vicious, and it immediately swung its claws upon seeing them. A projection of its claws became tangible as it slashed toward them like a blade. However, the cultivation of this golden bear wasn't high, and it was eventually defeated by bewitching Maiden Ro. However, she didn't kill it and she instead planned to take it as a pet. Afterward they came across a holy deer. This beast had the lower body of a deer and the upper body of a human. Its strength was astonishing, and even after retrieving his divine demon sword, Ling Han was still unable to defeat it. In the end they could only flee in disarray. The gulf between their cultivation had been far too large. As a result, even Ling Han had been helpless. After they fled for 3 days and 3 nights, the holy deer finally gave up on its pursuit. With a flap of its wings, it started flying back to where it had come from. Stinky deer. Niu is definitely going to eat you. Niu shouted in anger. Ling Han wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The divine demon sword wasn't omnipotent. The holy deer had been far too powerful, giving him no chance to strike it with his sword. Thus, the divine demon sword was useless regardless of how powerful it was. Of course, this was unless the level of the divine demon sword equaled or even surpassed that of the holy deer. At that time, killing it would be like killing a chicken. Otherwise, weapons would only be inanimate objects, regardless of how sharp they were. There was nothing more Ling Han could do. The regulations of the celestial realm within the divine demon sword couldn't be channeled, so it could only stay at the same level as Ling Han. Of course, if it weren't for the divine demon sword, perhaps they could have still escaped, but it would have been very likely that several of them would have died. In fact, they might have even consumed several life-saving treasures. They rested for several days. During this time they also had a huge meal to replenish their energy. They then set off for the holy mountain again. However, that holy deer had seemingly set its eyes on them, and it unexpectedly started to attack them again. Ling Han and the others had no option but to flee in disarray again. This occurred time and time again. In the end, half a year passed, yet Ling Han and the others still hadn't managed to enter the holy mountain. This caused them to feel extremely frustrated. If they couldn't leave this place, their lifespan would only be a measly 800 to 1,000 years. They could count their days on their fingers. As mighty Sixth Lotus Emperor Tears and Monarch Tears, they were actually going to die of old age? How vexing. They summarized their experiences and lessons. If they came across the holy deer again, they would flee toward the holy mountain no matter what. Otherwise, they would never be able to reach it. After deciding this, they set off again. Stop. Ling Han suddenly raised a hand. He had heard some slight movement. The long grass in the distance suddenly separated, revealing a group of people. Baoyu Jianghu. Celestial Maiden Yunha exclaimed. Her pupils contracted upon seeing him. She hadn't imagined that he would return. This was also because they had been trapped here for half a year. Otherwise, if everything had gone smoothly, they would have already obtained the secrets of the precious armor and left long ago. However, Ling Han's gaze was fixed on another person, a single-horned demon. He possessed a large physique, and his tail would occasionally lash around, causing even the air to become a ball of chaos. This person was extremely strong. Ha! We meet again, huh? Baoyu Jianhu roared with laughter. However, his voice was cold and dripping with malice. As it turned out, the Baoyu clan hadn't been overly interested in the ancient tomb. Even though it was rumored to be the tomb of an ancestral king, these were beings who were undying and indestructible. How could there be so many ancestral king tombs in the world? It was because of this that their team had been led by Baoyu Jianhu. He had come to investigate the situation first. If this place had truly been worth exploring, Baoyu Jianhu naturally wouldn't have been powerful enough to deal with the situation. As such, he would have returned to ask for assistance. However, to be kicked out before he had even entered? This infuriated the Baoyu clan. Chapter 2297, Transferring Misfortune. The single-horned demon stood up, sweeping its gaze across Ling Han and the others. His voice was calm as he said, "The demon can stay. The rest of you, cut off an arm and **SS off." Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were all enraged. This person was far too arrogant. Do you people want to die? A vicious glimmer flashed across the single-horned demon's eyes. This was a petrifying glimmer, and the angels couldn't help but feel their chests suddenly tightening. They felt like vomiting blood. This person was far too powerful. Perhaps he was an 8th Lotus elite. Don't make me regret this. Hurry up and **SS off. The single-horned demon said in a baleful voice. Ling Han's expression was solemn. This demon was extremely powerful. He couldn't be underestimated. He chuckled and asked, "How have we offended you? As a demon you're actually mingling with these ugly angels? You've lost all of our face." The single-horned demon said in an icy voice. "For degenerates like you, I only offer a single punishment." He paused for a moment before saying in a voice filled with killing intent, "Death." Ling Han shrugged and said, "But I still haven't lived enough." "You're seeking death," the single-horned demon roared as it immediately charged forward. It pressed down with its hand, causing countless meteors to instantly plummet from the sky. This was a petrifying sight. Ling Han nodded in his mind. This person was indeed powerful. However, he was still far weaker than that holy deer. He retrieved his divine demon sword to meet this attack. Whoosh! A burst of sword chi ripped through the sky. Pa 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 pa. The meteors that were crashing down on Ling Han instantly exploded into pieces. Meanwhile, the remaining meteors all slammed into the earth, causing the ground to continuously quake. A look of fervor appeared in the single-horned demon's eyes as he gazed at the sword in Ling Han's hands. Brilliant sword. No matter how brilliant it is, it's still got nothing to do with you, Ling Han said with a loud laugh. He charged forward with sword in hand. To fall into your hands? What a waste of a treasure, the single-horned demon said with a sneer. He unleashed projections with his palms, naturally not allowing the sword chi or the divine demon sword to strike him. He simply pushed them aside with his attacks. His cultivation was far superior to Ling Han's, so he was confident that he could shake Ling Han to death with his attacks. He was convinced that Ling Han couldn't unleash the full power of the sword. This was indeed a good plan. With such a huge gulf between their cultivation, it was only natural that their battle prowess wasn't on the same level. However, he was surprised to discover that Ling Han's physique far exceeded his cultivation level. As such, the shock waves from his attacks were but a tickle for Ling Han. Only that holy deer had been able to truly threaten Ling Han. They continued to battle. The single-horned demon's expression transformed from disdainful to solemn. However, this quickly transformed into a deep frown. He had never come across a sixth lotus cultivator so difficult to kill before. Was this person truly at the sixth lotus? Even among those at the seventh lotus, few people were so freakish. Right at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly fell over them. Ling Han and the others had already developed a subconscious reaction to this, and they all shouted, "Flee!" They instantly sprinted away, fleeing faster than hunted rabbits. In a stroke of fortune, they could use the people from the Baoyu clan to attract the attention of this holy beast. What good people! The single-horned demon involuntarily grimaced. Ling Han was actually fleeing just like this? He was fleeing? Fucking fleeing? He wanted to give chase, yet the dark shadow from above had already enveloped him. He looked up only to see a holy deer. It had the lower body of a deer and the upper body of a human. Right now, its arms were spread apart, and it was condensing numerous crackling white lightning orbs in its hands. Just a single glance at this holy deer sent cold chills down the single-horned demon's spine. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat! He shouted in panic. This holy deer was far too powerful. He couldn't rival it unless he unleashed his trump cards. Even then, however, he would only be able to defend. Trying to achieve victory would be as difficult as trying to ascend the heavens. This time, the holy deer didn't pursue Ling Han and the others. Instead, it focused its gaze on the demons from the Baoyu clan. Perhaps it had grown tired of its old playthings, so it wanted to play with some new toys. It started its hunt, forcing the single-horned demon to use his trump card. This was a fruit that allowed him to elevate his battle prowess. He could rival the holy beast without falling to a disadvantage. However, it was still impossible for him to achieve victory. Ling Han and the others took advantage of this opportunity to flee. Not long ago, they had already decided to flee toward the holy mountain no matter what. An hour passed, and they finally succeeded in making it to the foot of the holy mountain. They took their first step to climb the mountain. After taking this step, the scene before them immediately changed. The dazzling golden mountain surprisingly became dull and desolate. Black air rose from the ground, transforming into all kinds of eerie and uncanny shapes. This is the holy mountain? They all shook their heads. This was obviously a dead mountain. Let's go. They started to climb the mountain. Following the path described by the tribespeople, they eventually arrived at a valley. They then looked up. The valley was extremely steep, and it was surrounded by plunging cliffs. The floor of the valley was more so littered with razor-sharp stones. If it were only this, no one would worry too much. The problem was, however, that the gravity in this place was unexpectedly powerful. Even raising their feet was difficult. Once they fell, death was all but certain. In any case, why did they need to climb these cliffs? The answer was simple. If they wanted to transform these rough billets into pieces of precious armor, they needed to place them inside the faces of the cliffs. Why couldn't they place them at the foot of the cliffs? They could indeed do this. However, one couldn't forget that more than one tribe lived in this region. In order to obtain food, there would often be skirmishes or even full-blown wars among these tribes. Thus, if they placed the billets at the foot of the cliffs, would that not equate to gifting them to others? One had to realize that metal ores were an incredibly valuable commodity in this place. In fact, they were even more valuable than food. As such, they would all try their best to climb the faces of the cliff. They would then dig a hole in which they placed the rough billets. The higher up they dug the hole, the better their billets would be hidden, and the smaller the chance their valuables would be stolen by others. Ling Han and the others had no interest in the rough billets. Instead, they wanted to witness the secret behind how these billets evolved into precious treasures. They searched around the valley, trying to discover the reason behind the evolution of the billets. The tribe's people viewed the holy mountain with great respect and reverence, and this was clear from the name that they gave it. Thus, they naturally didn't dare to damage its environment. However, Ling Han and the others were different. They dug 1 meter deep, and if they needed to, they would even flatten this entire valley. However, the gravity here was far too powerful, so much so that even standing upright was a tiring task. This was not to mention the arduous task of wandering around and digging. Moreover, due to the powerful force of gravity, the body of the mountain was also extremely compact and solid. It would take them a great deal of time to carve off a single piece of stone. Perhaps they could indeed flatten this mountain. However, doing so would require 10,000 or even 100,000 years. More importantly, did they have so much time? Here they would experience hunger, and they would also be restricted by age. At most, they could only live for 1,000 years. That being the case, could they waste so much time here? Then what could they do? If they didn't solve the secret of this valley, they naturally wouldn't be able to find the path to leave. At that time, they would truly die of old age in this place. Ling Han retrieved his divine demon sword and slashed at the mountain face. This was an eventual celestial tool, the sharpest and sturdiest thing in the world. The effects were evident. It wasn't long before he dug a hole that was large enough to fit a person. He entered this hole, and the others hurriedly followed after him. Perhaps this would be their road to survival. In this place they all became like ordinary mortal beings. They were no longer tireless celestials. After digging for half a day, Ling Han's arms became extremely sore. He passed the divine demon sword to Hunyo. Hunyo was only able to dig for 6 hours before handing the sword to the Empress. The Empress was similarly only able to dig for 6 hours before handing the sword to Bewitching Maiden Ro. Bewitching Maiden Ro was far inferior to them, and she was only able to dig for 2 hours. Chapter 2298, Underground River. They passed the sword around and dug one after another. Ling Han wasn't afraid that they would steal his divine demon sword. Firstly, he was the most powerful among them. Secondly, the divine demon sword contained his martial intent. One would need to be at least several times more powerful than him if they wanted to erase his martial intent. Otherwise, the divine demon sword would automatically attack them. Everyone heaped praise onto the divine demon sword. Most of them were of the opinion that this sword was forged from precious metals at the 9th lotus. However, they didn't dare to consider the possibility of this sword being an ancestral weapon. A 6th lotus 5 leaves cultivator possessing an ancestral weapon? Was this a joke? Half a month passed, and it was coincidentally Ling Han's turn to do the digging. Crumble. There was a crashing sound as the crushed stone fell away from them instead of toward them. Ling Han faltered for a brief moment before being overcome with delight. This mountain was hollow in the middle, and he had dug into this area. He slashed several more times with the divine demon sword, carving out a hole that was large enough for a single person to pass. He released his divine sense to scout the area first. The entire center of the mountain was empty. It was a gigantic cavern, and if Ling Han stepped in from the entrance that he had created, he would plummet into a bottomless abyss. Even if the bottom weren't filled with blade-like rocks, he would still shatter all of his bones on impact. After all, the pull of gravity here was far too strong. It was like a blade that rested above everyone's head. Ling Han explained the situation to everyone. Upon hearing this, they all became solemn. Ling Han drew Hunyo, the Empress, and Bewitching Maiden Ro into the Black Tower before entering the cavern and climbing down the cliff. In fact, the others wanted to enter Ling Han's spatial god tool as well. However, they were too embarrassed to ask, so they could only descend the cliff by themselves. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to enter the spatial god tool of other people anyway. This was because they wouldn't understand the situation outside at all. What if they suddenly wanted to come out to take a look, but they still hadn't arrived on solid ground yet? Wouldn't they fall to death? The trust between them hadn't reached such a high level yet. Ling Han descended for a long time. In terms of distance, he had already made it dozens of kilometers below ground. However, the gravity here was far too strong. As a result, the speed of his descent was also extremely low. Otherwise, could he not cover a distance of dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye? This place was pitch black and he couldn't see anything more than 1 meter away from him. Meanwhile, his divine sense was also affected by the strong gravity, meaning that he couldn't observe things too far into the distance. Things were already difficult for him, so it was naturally even more torturous for the others. Fortunately, they had Ling Han to scout and lead the way. Otherwise, their descent would have been even slower. Perhaps it might have even been a dozen times slower. A feeling of vexation rose in Celestial Maiden Yunha's mind. Why was Ling Han only willing to draw Hunyo and the others into his spatial god tool? Why didn't he even ask her? The more she thought about this, the more aggrieved she became. In fact, there were already tears brimming in her eyes. Right at this moment, she suddenly heard Ling Han's delighted shout. "We're almost at the bottom." Everyone was invigorated upon hearing this. They all stopped climbing to look down. They had been entirely focused on carefully descending just then, so how could they have had any spare effort to glance down? Thus, only at this moment did they discover the faint light below them. We're finally at the bottom. They all breathed a sigh of relief. After descending for a moment, however, Ling Han suddenly furrowed his brows. This was because he could see the bottom clearly now. It was surprisingly an underground river. The speckles of light from just then had come from some unknown matter in this river. The river flowed silently. In fact, this was a harrowing silence. Ling Han explained the situation to the others before coming to a stop. He was still around 2 meters from the surface of the river. They all descended to the same height as Ling Han to stand beside him. However, not a single one of them entered the river. Who knew what the hell the river was filled with? What if it were a potent poison? Ling Han ignored the others as he retrieved some stone and metal from the black tower. He tossed them into the river one after another, observing to see if there were any unexpected reactions. Splash! Small ripples appeared in the river as the items splashed down and sank. As they were washed away, nothing strange occurred. Ling Han pondered for a moment before retrieving a small tree to toss into the river. The black tower was massive, so he could place all kinds of things inside. The small tree was much more buoyant than the other items, so it didn't sink to the bottom. Instead, it floated on the surface of the river as it flowed away. Everyone was delighted upon seeing this. We can travel by boat. Even though the black tower was massive, it didn't contain everything. At the very least, there was no ready-made boat. Moreover, they were hanging on the face of a cliff right now, and they were also fighting against the strong pull of gravity. Thus, it would be inconceivably difficult to construct a ship. Ling Han simply chose a large tree. He then said, "When I say jump, everyone jump onto the tree." Everyone nodded in understanding. They knew that Ling Han was definitely going to toss a large tree into the river. Pum. Ling Han waved his hand, and a large tree instantly appeared in the river. The tree was massive and it could easily be used as a boat. "Jump!" Ling Han shouted. He immediately jumped down. The others hurriedly jumped after him. They all landed on the tree. Strangely enough, however, they couldn't feel the strong pull of gravity anymore after sitting on the tree. After arriving here, it was as if the regulations of heaven and earth had undergone some tremendous change. "Will there be a path to leave this place at the end of this underground river?" someone asked. He was truly terrified of this place. He would rather give up on the secret of the armor than stay here any longer. Or perhaps it leads to the center of this land, where all the secrets are contained. However, Ling Han knew that this was the resting place of an 18th Lotus ancestral king. Perhaps they would witness the corpse of this ancestral king at the end of this underground river. He was eager with anticipation. This was because he had received some inspiration from the Rain Emperor. If he absorbed the bones of a 9th heaven celestial king, he could potentially rely on this to create a 9th divided soul. The Empress and Hunyo both possessed the talent to become monarch stars. However, because source powers and celestial king bones were extremely rare, they could only settle for ascending after cultivating 4 divided souls. However, if he obtained the ancestral king bones here, it would no longer be a distant dream for them to become monarch stars. At that time, Ling Han would suppress the ancestral king bones even if it meant expending the last wisp of power of the Black Tower. He let Hu Niu and the others exit the Black Tower. They were temporarily safe. The boat remained stable as it flowed down the river. However, their good fortune didn't last for long. After traveling for 2 hours, the current suddenly became rapid. The large tree shuddered violently, and this caused everyone to tense up. This boat wasn't going to capsize, was it? Ling Han was just about to draw Hu Niu and the others back into the Black Tower. However, the tip of the large tree suddenly sank before floating back up again. A large wave immediately slapped over. Whoosh! The sound of water rushed over. No one knew what the river water was made of, so they naturally tried to dodge. However, they were terrified to discover that they couldn't move. No, it wasn't that they weren't moving, instead, their speed had become unbelievably slow. They could only stare in shock as the wave crashed over. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. It wasn't that they had become extremely slow. Instead, the flow of time had been affected by something. The flow of time here had become several times slower than in the outside world. It was because of this that they couldn't move as they desired. Hang on. If the flow of time had slowed down for him, why could he detect it? Logically speaking, if the flow of time was different for him in the outside world, the wave should have struck him before he could even come to his senses. How could he have discovered this? There was only a single explanation for this. The flow of time had affected his physical body, but not his divine sense. Slap. The wave crashed over, drenching everyone on the boat. However, it didn't affect them at all. Chapter 2299, Soaring Cultivation. Ling Han turned to Hu Niu and the others and said, "The flow of time here is extremely strange. It seems as if one's divine sense can function countless times faster than normal. We can take advantage of this to cultivate." He had used his divine sense to deliver this message. Otherwise, if he had opened his mouth to speak, it would have taken heaven knew how long to deliver this message. Perhaps it would have taken 1 year, or perhaps it would have taken 10 years. A time flow altered by an 18th Lotus elite was definitely formidable. The Empress and the others didn't even try to nod. They were all smart people, so they immediately understood Ling Han's advice. To others, this kind of accelerated time flow was of no use. After all, only the time flow for their divine sense was accelerated, while the time flow for their physical body was slowed down. This was much like cultivating under the reincarnation tree. However, it was a different story for Ling Han and company. This was because in reality they had already reached the immortal palace tier. As such, their physical bodies had already satisfied the cultivation conditions. Right now, they were simply recultivating using the regulations of the foreign realm. Could be said that they simply needed to cultivate their divine senses. Thus, sitting on the tree for a day could perhaps allow their divine senses to undergo dozens of years of cultivation. Their cultivation could soar in leaps and bounds. The 4 of them immediately shut their eyes, entering a state of cultivation. Not long ago they had been in frequent contact with the Origin Magic Cube, which allowed them to gain a great deal of comprehensions. However, they hadn't yet sorted through these comprehensions in a systematic manner, mainly because they hadn't had enough time. Now, however, a door had been opened for them. They had more than enough time to digest these comprehensions. In any case, if they didn't cultivate now, what else could they do? The difference in flow of time between their divine senses and their bodies existed, so they couldn't control their bodies at all. Ling Han didn't give this advice to Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others. They didn't belong to the same side, so he was already showing great mercy by not killing them. However, these people were either Emperor tiers or Monarch tiers, so it wasn't long before they made sense of the situation as well. Their panic subsided and they also started to cultivate. The large tree continued to flow down the river. Several days passed and the currents finally became gentle again. Everyone's body shuddered, and they immediately discovered that they had become countless times faster than before. The flow of time acting on their physical bodies had returned to normal. Crack. Dark clouds gathered overhead, bringing with it heavenly tribulation. Moreover, there wasn't only a single heavenly tribulation. Instead there were 4. They targeted Ling Han, the Empress, Hu Niu, and Bewitching Maiden Ro. Their divine senses had cultivated for heaven knew how long, surpassing the barrier to the dividing soul tier. Once their divine senses returned to their bodies, this immediately caused them to break through. As a result, they naturally attracted heavenly tribulation. This was the end of the underground river, with an expanse of flat land appearing before them. This ground was made up of bare rock, and there wasn't a single blade of grass. Ling Han and his 3 wives hurriedly jumped onto the dry land. They then stood apart as they awaited the arrival of heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it was possible that they would affect each other's heavenly tribulation if they stood too close to each other. That would definitely be no fun. Rumble. Thunder roared and lightning struck. Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were as envious as could be. They could definitely advance to the dividing soul tier. After all, monarch tiers could at least become 13th Lotus or 14th Lotus ancestral kings. However, advancing a major tier after a short boat trip? This was truly something to be jealous of. However, didn't one need to go to a designated location to break through to the 7th Lotus? How were those 4 naturally advancing to this level? Perhaps they had severed their cultivation to recultivate? There was no other explanation. Even though this guess wasn't entirely correct, this was essentially the situation. It was just that Ling Han and the others hadn't severed their cultivation. Instead, they had only dispersed the power of heaven and earth that belonged to the celestial realm in order to conceal themselves. A day passed and the tribulation clouds finally dispersed. However, before the others could even speak, heavenly tribulation befell again. There were 4 again, 1 for each person. Their comprehension of the regulations of the foreign realm far exceeded the first leaf of the 7th Lotus. Thus, their cultivation was rapidly rising level after level. Right now, they were facing a tribulation for the 2nd leaf of the 7th Lotus. 1 day passed, and the tribulation clouds dispersed again. The others were just about to speak, yet they were cut off by a loud rumble again. This was the 3rd heavenly tribulation. Fuck. Again? They were all rendered speechless. They were now convinced that these 4 people had definitely severed their cultivation to recultivate. Otherwise, how could such freaks exist in this world? Moreover, it was 4 of them in the same place. 1 day passed and the 3rd wave of tribulation clouds dispersed. This time, bewitching Maiden Ro finally walked toward the others. The strength of her divine sense once again matched her cultivation. Thus, she naturally wouldn't face another heavenly tribulation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It had finally come to an end. They had truly been shocked to death. However, thunder rolled over again. There was actually a 4th wave. This time, the 3 heavenly tribulations targeted Ling Han, the Empress, and Hunyo. When this wave of heavenly tribulation concluded, there was finally no further gathering of dark clouds. The Empress and Hunyo naturally reached the 4th leaf of the 7th Lotus. Meanwhile, Ling Han reached the 9th leaf of the 7th Lotus. However, the last 5 leaves were gathered together, so others wouldn't be able to notice them at all. You guys are far too terrifying. Celestial Maiden Yunha stammered. Even if they were recultivating after severing their cultivation, this was still far too incredible. Ling Han smiled faintly. Right now, his cultivation had already returned to the 9th divided soul. When in the celestial realm, he had already possessed a battle prowess that could rival those at the 2nd secret of the Immortal Palace tier. Now that he had used the regulations of the foreign realm to perfect his cultivation, his battle prowess naturally rose by another level. He could now challenge those at the 3rd secret of the Immortal Palace tier. This was deeply astonishing. Ling Han shook himself slightly, causing his suit of armor to clatter to the ground. His cultivation level was far superior to before, so these pieces of armor were completely useless to him now. Let's continue forward, he said. He was extremely interested in the ancestral king bones. He definitely had to obtain them for Hunyo and the Empress. As for bewitching Maiden Ro, he could forget about that. Initially, she had only possessed the talent to become a king tier. Thanks to the heavenly Dao Jade, she had managed to become an emperor tier. Then, thanks to the 100 Fruits tree, she had been lucky enough to become a monarch tier. However, this had already consumed all of her potential. It was impossible for her to become a monarch star. After all, there were only 100 or so monarch stars even in the foreign realm. Everyone followed after Ling Han. Meanwhile, Ling Han retrieved his divine demon sword. Since he was at the 9th leaf of the 7th Lotus, he naturally needed to raise the level of the divine demon sword. The ground was extremely uneven, rising and falling all over the place. The atmosphere was also extremely dark and gloomy, and it was also harrowingly quiet. The sound of their footsteps was extremely crisp and clear. Tap tap tap. Their footsteps reverberated throughout the surroundings, with some sounding close and some sounding distant. However, these sounds were mixed together and hard to discern, so it was as if dozens or even hundreds of people were walking together. Something's not right, Hunyo suddenly exclaimed. She stopped in her tracks and used her dainty nose to sniff the surroundings. She also bared her 2 canines. Ling Han and the others also stopped. Tap tap tap. The echoes continued. However, since they had already stopped, these echoes also gradually died down. However, a single set of footsteps continued to persistently echo. Everyone was astonished. They had already stopped, so whom did these footsteps belong to? They carefully analyzed this sound. In the end, they turned their gazes toward the darkness to their left. Tap tap tap. The footsteps drew closer and closer. This also caused them to grow increasingly tense and anxious. These footsteps were slow, but they were also extremely steady. After an entire 30 minutes, they finally saw a streak of light appearing. Ha! Ant! Everyone was astonished by what they saw. This was a glowing metallic person only 1 meter tall. It only possessed a simple humanoid shape, and it didn't have any hands or feet. So adorable! Celestial Maiden Yunha and Bewitching Maiden Ro exclaimed. Chapter 2300, War Soldier. Hunyo stuck her tongue out and said, disgusting. She was a standard glutton, so in her eyes, there was no such thing as adorable or not adorable. There only existed delicious or disgusting. Meanwhile, the Empress didn't pay any heed to this. She was no glutton and she was as proud as could be. She believed that she was the greatest and most beautiful in the entire world. No one could rival her. The metallic person slowly walked over in a mechanical manner. It swayed from left to right and sure enough, it appeared fairly adorable. Here, give me a hug, Bewitching Maiden Ro said as she immediately jumped forward. She extended her arms toward the metallic person. The metallic person raised its head to look at Bewitching Maiden Ro. At the same time, 2 rays of red light shot from its eyes, racing toward Bewitching Maiden Ro. Bewitching Maiden Ro gave a soft shout as she immediately crossed her arms before her chest, drawing on the regulations and forming a shield. The 2 rays of red light struck the shield, causing intense light to erupt into the surroundings. Meanwhile, Bewitching Maiden Ro was forcefully pushed back. Thud thud thud. She retreated a dozen or so steps before finally coming to a stop. The metallic person didn't stop, and with a jump, it continued to attack Bewitching Maiden Ro. Are you picking on me? Bewitching Maiden Ro shouted in anger. This machine looked so adorable, yet it actually dared to attack her? She no longer found it adorable. She resolutely attacked, unleashing her Earth Soul cultivation. However, her battle prowess was at the peak stage of the 5th soul, and this was enough to crush almost everyone at the dividing soul tier. Crackle. The eyes of the metallic person lit up. This was its attacking method and it was capable of attacking from range. Moreover, its attacks were relatively powerful, and it was able to force Bewitching Maiden Ro back. Everyone was astounded. What in the world was this metallic person? If it had been at the 8th lotus, then suppressing Bewitching Maiden Ro shouldn't have been a problem. If it were at the 7th lotus, however, just what kind of incredible craftsmanship would be required to allow it to possess this limit-breaking battle prowess? This was definitely a puppet. Celestial Maiden Yunha's expression changed and she exclaimed, "This is a war soldier from the Dark Inverse Realm." That's right, it's definitely a war soldier. After hearing her reminder, everyone nodded in agreement. They all wore expressions of realization. Ling Han's interest was piqued. How did the Dark Inverse Realm possess so many strange and peculiar things? This dimension was seemingly very reliant on external items. For example, their armor could greatly increase the battle prowess of cultivators. Moreover, he had only obtained the crudest of such armor. It hadn't been forged with care, and could easily become pieces of precious armor after being placed here for 3 years. That being the case, just how formidable would the exquisitely created pieces of armor be? Now, another strange war soldier had appeared before them. It was most likely at the dividing soul tier, yet its battle prowess could surpass the Heaven Soul. It was truly astonishing. One had to realize that only Heaven Soul Emperor tiers could rival Bewitching Maiden Ro. The battle was intense, and Bewitching Maiden Ro was completely unable to gain an advantage. Her strong suit was charm techniques, yet her opponent was a battle robot with no sentience. It could be said that her beauty was being shown to a blind being. It was completely useless. Thus, she could only rely on her physical skills to battle against this robot. However, this wasn't her strong suit, so she was completely unable to suppress the war soldier. Ling Han became increasingly interested in the creations of the Dark Inverse Realm. If he could steal this knowledge and bring it back to the Celestial Realm, he could greatly increase the strength of the Celestial Realm. At that time, resisting the invasion of the foreign realm would be far easier than it was now. He stepped forward and grabbed at the war soldier. Upon seeing this, bewitching maiden Ro cooperatively jumped back. She didn't try to stubbornly prove her strength. Before Ling Han, she knew when to advance and when to retreat. She definitely wouldn't steal Ling Han's thunder on purpose, nor would she lose face for him. Pum. With a single push of his palm, Ling Han immediately pinned the war soldier to the ground. It was completely unable to move. He possessed battle prowess matching the third secret of the Immortal Palace tier. Everyone had already become accustomed to this. They knew that Ling Han's power was already at an indescribable level. Ling Han subconsciously used his divine sense to observe the war soldier. However, the war soldier immediately shattered with a crack. This was just like the precious armor from before. Ling Han picked up a piece of the broken war soldier and carefully examined it. It was filled with thin metallic threads that were woven in a tremendously complex pattern. It had self-destructed again. The Dark Inverse Realm had seemingly integrated special structures into all of their creations. It didn't matter if these creations fell into the hands of their enemies. If the latter were too weak, they would be unable to observe these creations with their divine sense. If they were too strong, however, their divine sense would also cause these creations to immediately self-destruct. This prevented their enemies from discovering any secrets. This made things extremely difficult. If these creations couldn't be examined, how could Ling Han replicate them and bring the technology back to the Celestial Realm? Ling Han shook his head and casually tossed the piece of metal aside. The others didn't pick it up either. This was a crippled war soldier, and they existed all throughout the two-realm battlefield. In fact, there were many that were countless times more powerful than this one. However, even though the ancestral kings had examined them for innumerable epochs, they had still come up empty-handed. They couldn't find anything of worth. Let's go. They continued to advance. Right now, their goal had already moved on from trying to discover the secrets of the war soldier. Instead, they were trying to figure out how to leave this place. Otherwise, they would all die of old age in a measly 1,000 years. They continued to venture forward. This time, they kept their ears perked for any changes in the sound of their footsteps lest they were subject to another surprise attack. The battle prowess of these war soldiers was astounding. Moreover, who was to say there wasn't a more powerful one lying in wait? After walking for an hour, they all came to a stop. This was because they heard an extra pair of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. These footsteps were rapidly closing in. It was far quicker than the previous war soldier. Was this a completely different war soldier? They looked behind them. However, this place was far too dark, so their vision was severely impeded. They could only see a meter around them. After a short while, a figure appeared before them. Fuck. Why is it a person? This wasn't a war soldier, but rather a member of the demon race. He had a single horn on his head, and he was none other than the elite from the Baoyu clan. He was slightly disheveled and his body was riddled with wounds. He wore a cruel and vicious expression on his face. Even though he had unleashed his trump card and fought with his life against the holy deer, he had still been no match for it. His companions had all been eaten alive, and only he had been fortunate enough to escape. Moreover, this was only because he had reached the holy mountain. Otherwise he would have definitely been killed. He placed all of his resentment on Ling Han and the others. Moreover, he also knew about the valley, so he gave chase all the way over. Even though he didn't catch up to Ling Han and the others, he discovered the hole that they had dug. Thus he continued to pursue them. At this moment he finally caught up. "Kneel," he bellowed in an icy voice. All of his companions had been killed, filling him with both grief and fury. However, he didn't dare to seek revenge on the holy deer. Thus, he could only take his anger out on Ling Han and the others. "Single-horned beast, not only are you ugly but even your mouth is stinky," Ling Han said with disdain. Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others all found this funny. This was because Ling Han also had two horns, yet he was calling the other person a single-horned beast. Then what was he? A two-horned beast? Did he not see the irony in this? "Impertinence!" the single-horned demon roared with a humph. His right hand swiped at Hunyao and the others. He knew that Ling Han was extremely strange. Even though his battle prowess was inferior, his physique was sturdy enough to withstand his attacks. Thus he decided to capture Hunyao and the others first. What audacity! Ling Han's gaze became ice-cold. Swoosh! The divine demon sword was unsheathed, and a flash of blue soared through the air, sending an arm tumbling into the sky. The arm then thumped into the ground. This arm belonged to the single-horned demon. This person was called Baoyu Jianying, and he was transfixed with shock and disbelief as he stared at his severed arm. He then looked at the sword in Ling Han's hand with an incredulous expression. Fuck. Chapter 2301 Slaying Baoyu Jianying. What was Baoyu Jianying's cultivation? He was at the first leaf of the 8th lotus. He had reached a level of perfection in the severing mundane tier, and he had also come across great fortune while at the dividing soul tier, once ingesting a celestial fruit. That fruit had been produced by a celestial medicine that had absorbed the blood essence of an 18th lotus ancestral king. Its effects were astonishing, and it helped him cultivate a 5th divided soul. Thus, while he was a cultivator at the first leaf of the 8th lotus, his battle prowess was far superior to that of monarch tiers at the same cultivation level. This was also an important reason as to why he had been able to survive the pursuit of the holy deer. However, Ling Han had severed his arm with a single slash. This sword was indeed razor-sharp, rendering his defenses useless. More importantly, however, Ling Han's battle prowess had risen several-fold compared to before. Otherwise he was no fool, and he already knew that Ling Han possessed an ancestral weapon. Ling Han grinned and said, "I was bullied by you before, so now it's my turn to bully you back." Baoyu Jianying felt numb in the head. How many days had passed? Moreover, even though the underground river accelerated the flow of time, acting much like a time cultivation chamber, this effect only targeted the divine sense. One's physical body wouldn't undergo much change. However, this had allowed a cultivator at the 5th leaf of the 6th lotus to become so powerful. "You're not at the 6th lotus," he finally exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Han smiled in reply. He practiced the heaven-deceiving technique so he could naturally show people any cultivation level that he wanted. As long as he didn't reveal the lotus on his head, who would know what cultivation level he was at? He had no intentions of satisfying his opponent's curiosity. He simply flicked his sword with killing intent. Baoyu Jianying couldn't help but shudder. He had an ominous feeling and he said, "You severed your cultivation to recultivate." He refused to believe that Ling Han was still at the 6th lotus. Instead, he was convinced that Ling Han was at the 9th leaf of the 7th lotus or even at the 8th lotus. Otherwise, how could a measly 6th lotus cultivator sever the arm of an 8th lotus cultivator? That was simply preposterous. However, if Ling Han had severed his cultivation to recultivate, he naturally didn't need to enter any mystery realm. Moreover, his sharp rise in power could be explained by successfully breaking through thanks to the acceleration of time in the underground river. "Ah, so you're not completely stupid," Ling Han said with a chuckle. He dashed forward, and the divine demon sword gleamed with an icy cold light that illuminated this dark and gloomy land. Baoyu Jianying gritted his teeth before instantly turning around to flee. He didn't dare to battle against Ling Han. An agonizing pain traveled over from his armless shoulder, and there was more so a terrifying power that continued to gnaw at his wound, preventing it from healing. Otherwise, it would have been extremely easy for an 8th lotus elite to regrow an arm. Ling Han unleashed his void space as he gave pursuit. Wong. He separated into tens of thousands of bodies, and there was nowhere where he didn't exist. Following his explosive rise in cultivation, his grasp of the void space also became far better than before. Moreover, this was also helped by the fact that he had perfected his cultivation using the regulations from 2 realms. As such, his mastery of this technique was far superior compared to when he had been at the 9th divided soul in the celestial realm. Ling Han roared as he brandished his divine demon sword, forcefully suppressing his opponent. Baoyu Jianying didn't dare to face his attacks at all. After all, that was an ancestral weapon. Even if it only possessed the sharpness of an ancestral weapon, it was still unbelievably terrifying. Just a casual burst of sword. Qi could easily cut his skin and separate his flesh. He unleashed his full power for nothing but to escape. In any case, there were still 9th Lotus elites in the Baoyu clan. He would let them deal with Ling Han. Right now, his only wish was to flee from this place. If I let you escape, I'll write my name backward, Ling Han said in a baleful voice. He was already filled with killing intent. His opponent was a cruel and ruthless demon, and this reminded him of those who had suffered a miserable death trying to defend the celestial realm from invasion. This also reminded him of the karmic life. Heavenly Venerable, who had sacrificed himself in order to destabilize the connection point between the two realms. He was now dripping with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. Ling Han was merciless and he was intent on killing this evil demon. Baoyu Jianying was filled with despair. He was struck several more times by Ling Han's sword. Even though he could forcefully suppress his wounds, he discovered that he was already on the brink of death. It was only by relying on his blood essence as an 8th Lotus elite that he was able to hang on. Once his blood essence was exhausted, he would instantly die. He glared at Ling Han, and his limitless resentment gathered with no bounds. With a deep roar, he lunged at Ling Han, and unleashed his most powerful attack. However, it was a shame that he had already used his trump card before. Otherwise, he would have still had an opportunity to challenge Ling Han. Pooh! A head flew into the sky, and Baoyu Jianying's headless body stumbled around for a brief moment. His life force instantly vanished, and it wasn't long before he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Rumble. Coincidentally, his head rolled before Ling Han. His eyes were still wide open with vexation. Who could believe that an 8th Lotus Monarch tier had actually died at the hands of a measly 6th Lotus? Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were filled with respect and reverence. Ling Han's formidable power instilled a sense of indescribable apprehension and admiration within them. They had initially thought that, after returning, those like Yu Yuan and Wuxia would be able to suppress Ling Han with ease. Now, however, they didn't think this at all. Ling Han quickly retrieved the spatial god tools from Baoyu Jianying's corpse. He naturally wouldn't share these spoils with the others. Very nice. The wealth of 8th Lotus elites is indeed quite astonishing. He smiled and said, "Let's go." Everyone was numb as they followed after Ling Han. In fact, they wouldn't be surprised even if he advanced to the 11th leaf of the 8th Lotus at this moment. Perhaps Ling Han was an ancestral king who had severed his cultivation to recultivate. After walking for a while, they came across another unwanted guest. This time, it naturally wasn't a member of the Baoyu clan. Instead, it was a war soldier. However, it was 3 meters tall and it looked like it was forged from silver. It radiated a silver glow, making it extremely salient. In this dark and gloomy cavern, it started to shoot rays of red light from its eyes immediately upon detecting them, and these rays of light were filled with overwhelming destructive ability. When they hit the hanging pillars in the cavern, these pillars would immediately shatter and fall to the ground. They hurriedly dashed left and right to avoid these attacks. Even though a larger war soldier wasn't necessarily more powerful, this war soldier was indeed several times more powerful than the metallic war soldier from before. It was most likely at the 8th Lotus. As such, they couldn't face its attacks at all, otherwise they would definitely risk losing their limbs. Ling Han was very surprised. He had no idea what these rays of red light were. The destructive ability of pure power of regulations was limited. After all, the foundation of heaven and earth was regulations, so only by relying on the power of regulations could one unleash a powerful battle. Prowess. However, he couldn't detect any power of regulations from these rays of red light. If they were composed of pure power, however, even celestial kings could only rival those at the Soaring mundane. As such, how could these rays of red light threaten Hunyo and the others? As expected of the dark inverse realm, a higher-level dimension, it was filled with all kinds of strange creations. Ling Han charged forward with his sword. Crackle. The reaction speed of the silver war soldier was extremely high, and it immediately shot 2 rays of red light at Ling Han. Ling Han hurriedly raised his divine demon sword to block this attack. Crack. The rays of red light slammed into the divine demon sword, carrying with them an overwhelming force that yearned to push Ling Han back. Humph. Ling Han stomped his foot, causing it to sink into the ground. His retreat was instantly stopped. A divine light burst from his eyes, and his other foot had already resolutely stepped forward. The silver war soldier leaned back slightly, and it was as if the rays of red light were tangible and corporeal. Ling Han had taken a step forward, and this had forced it to take a step backward. It's scorching. The rays of red light emitted a devastating temperature as they shone down on the divine demon sword. Even though this wasn't enough to melt the divine demon sword, it was enough to instill apprehension in Ling Han's mind. He definitely didn't want to be struck by this red light. Otherwise his physique definitely couldn't endure it. At the very least he couldn't endure it now. He still needed to raise his mastery of the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, up until it was equivalent to his current cultivation level. Chapter 2302 Wally. Step by step Ling Han pushed forward. He wasn't quick, but his footsteps were extremely steady. After taking 30 or so steps, he was only less than 3 meters away from the Silver War Soldier. Boom. The Silver War Soldier suddenly opened its mouth to spit out a column of flames. Judging from its external appearance, it didn't look like this war soldier had a mouth at all. In any case, this was an extremely peculiar mouth that was unlike the mouth of any living being. Different from how an ordinary mouth would open, this pitch-black mouth was revealed when the surrounding metallic components retreated into the war soldier's face. These flames were blinding white, and they were as terrifying as could be. They had only just been spat out, yet the earth had already been scorched red. In fact, it looked like the ground might transform into lava at any moment. Ling Han leaped aside, and used the divine demon sword to forcefully slash these flames apart. At this moment he had already arrived above the Silver War Soldier. He released his divine sense to observe it. He hadn't dared to do this just then as he had been afraid of being wounded by the red light. After all, compared to his physique, his divine sense was still very fragile. 1. His divine sense made contact with the Silver War Soldier. Unlike with the war soldier that had self-destructed before, however, his divine sense was surprisingly bounced back. Perhaps this war soldier wasn't weaker than him. Or perhaps it could rival him for long enough, so it wasn't willing to self-destruct at this moment. It still wanted to battle. Ling Han slashed down with the divine demon sword, unleashing a profound and icy blade projection. Pooh! Like a clay figure, the war soldier was sliced in two. Shio shio shio. Red light continued to chaotically shoot from its eyes. However, it was extremely unstable and it would randomly stop and start as it fired. Eventually, the silver luster vanished from its body, and it completely ceased to move. It was comprehensively destroyed. Ling Han furrowed his brows. This was only an 8th Lotus war soldier. If it were an Ancestral King war soldier, and if an entire army were deployed, even 18th Lotus Ancestral King would feel numb with fear. Right. No wonder the foreign realm was being suppressed by the Dark Inverse Realm, even though it was already so powerful. The Dark Inverse Realm was indeed impressive. Ling Han suddenly realized that he needed to travel to the Dark Inverse Realm. Not only the Dark Inverse Realm. He also needed to journey through the vast Genesis world. The realm wars were the inevitable main theme of the Genesis world. Thus, it was logical to assume that the Dark Inverse Realm was also being attacked by a more powerful dimension while they attacked the foreign realm war. It was much the same for everyone else. Even the top-level dimensions wouldn't be spared from this fate. They all yearned to conquer and engulf each other, and they all yearned to become the most powerful dimension in the Genesis world. In any case, he couldn't return any time soon. The neutral zone had been destroyed, and the storm of energy could last for hundreds of billions of years. As such, he might as well take this opportunity to travel to the other dimensions. Since there were higher-level dimensions, why did he need to remain in the foreign realm? Ling Han's heart thumped in excitement. Once he perfected the regulations in the foreign realm, his battle prowess at the same cultivation level would become even more powerful. That being the case, how powerful would he become if he cultivated every set of regulations in the entire Genesis world? Perhaps he could rival Heavenly Venerates as a 9th Heaven Celestial King. Was this even possible? Ling Han didn't know. One was still limited by regulations, while one had already transcended above regulations. They couldn't be compared against each other. In the past, he would have definitely concluded that Heavenly Venerates were more powerful. After witnessing the precious armor and war soldiers of the Dark Inverse Realm, however, he was much less certain of this conclusion. It was clear that these items didn't follow the regulations. However, their battle prowess was still incredible. The world was truly full of surprises. He carefully replayed the battle against the Silver War Soldier in his mind. He wanted to uncover the secret to their strength, yet he couldn't discover anything no matter what. "Perhaps I can clear up your confusion," a voice suddenly said. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. These words clearly hadn't been spoken by someone in their group. However, since when had another person arrived here? If they suddenly lashed out, who could dodge their attack? Ling Han was also startled. Like the others, he also couldn't determine the source of this voice. Everyone looked toward where this voice had come from, only to see someone standing beside a stone pillar. This person was neither a demon nor an angel. They had no horns, no tail, no wings, and no halo. They looked just like an ordinary person. Ling Han was even more astonished. He almost thought that this person had come from the celestial realm. However, this was definitely impossible. This person didn't possess the presence of a living human. More precisely, they didn't possess any life force at all. If they hadn't spoken, they would have appeared no different from a dead person. It was no wonder that they hadn't discovered their existence. Let me introduce myself. My serial number is Ana201. However, I don't like this name and I prefer being called Wally, the person said in a calm and composed voice. Their tone was flat and with no cadence. Everyone was confused. They understood choosing a name, but what did having a serial number mean? Was this person not born? Were they constructed instead? You're from the Dark Inverse Realm? Celestial Maiden Yunha shouted in an accusatory voice. Even though she had never been to the two-realm battlefield, she was knowledgeable about many things related to the Dark Inverse Realm. In terms of the appearance of the cultivators from the Dark Inverse Realm, they were little different from the cultivators of the Celestial Realm. Moreover, some high-level war soldiers were extremely intelligent, and they were almost exactly the same as ordinary living beings. In fact, they were several times superior in some aspects. Wally's expression was composed as it said, "This female living being is correct. I come from the Dark Inverse Realm." It didn't pay any attention to the fact that Celestial Maiden Yunha's face had already flushed bright red. It made a sniffing movement and continued, "I can smell the sex hormones released by this female living being. She wants to copulate with you." The latter part of this sentence was directed at Ling Han. "See copulate?" Celestial Maiden Yunha gritted her teeth as her silken hair angrily billowed in the air. She was about to go mad. This person had actually described her as if she were AB*TCH in heat. What made her want to vomit blood? Even more was this person's nose. Just what kind of nose was this? It had actually detected her sex hormones. Die. She leaped forward in fury, rushing forward to attack Wally. Wally made a pressing motion. Wong. A sheet of light materialized before it, forming a shield. Pum. Celestial Maiden Yunha's attack smashed into the shield. However, it was unable to breach it. Celestial Maiden Yunha frenziedly attacked, circling around to Wally's back to avoid its shield. She wanted to launch a surprise attack from behind it. Wally didn't turn its head around. Instead, the shield immediately transformed with a flash into an orb that protected it from all directions. Pung pung pung. Countless attacks landed, yet Wally remained composed as if these attacks didn't exist. It remained completely expressionless like a dead person. Ling Han was extremely interested and he asked, "You're not a living being?" "Not entirely," Wally replied in a calm voice. "Part of my body was constructed using the genes of a powerful living being. This completed my nervous system and also greatly increased my recovery ability. At the same time, however, my body is also composed of many superstring materials, allowing me to become a killing machine. From a traditional biological sense, I am indeed not a living being. At the same time, however, I also possess the activeness of living beings, and I have a mind that is capable of evolving. In this sense, I can be classified as a living being." Everyone became muddle-headed after listening to Wally's explanation, as expected of a creation from another dimension. Just thinking about it made their head hurt. "You don't want to become our enemy?" Ling Han asked. Wally nodded and replied, "I was created for the purpose of performing calculations. At the same time, my purpose was also to help my owner. However, my owner is already dead. I've also been buried here for 35 epochs and 8,436,335,608,334 years and 232 days and 17 hours and 33 minutes and 17 seconds. The power of heaven and earth has affected my body, and the mechanism responsible for restricting my nervous system has already failed. Right now, I'm capable of independent thought. I believe that war is a meaningless and needless activity of exhaustion. Chapter 2303 Cooperation. After hearing Wally's long and winding answer, everyone started to feel slightly dizzy again. However, they at least learned two things. Firstly, Hell was indeed from the Dark Inverse Realm. However, he wasn't born from parents or born from heaven and earth. Instead, he was artificially constructed. In reality, he was also a war soldier. It was just that. He could speak and think. He arrived here long ago, more than 35 epochs ago. Secondly, he was willing to peacefully coexist with Ling Han and the others. Of course, it was also possible that his willingness to coexist was a trap, with the aim to infiltrate their group and strike at an opportune moment. All was fair in war. All tactics would be used in war. Ling Han smiled and said, "I'm also a proponent for peace. Welcome, welcome." Everyone shook their heads upon hearing this. Ling Han never hesitated when killing others, yet he was calling himself a proponent for peace. Wally looked at Ling Han and said, "I need to perform an evolution. However, I'm missing some critical materials. Your sword is coincidentally one of the critical materials. Can you give it to me?" Fuck. This dude had quite the big appetite. They had just met, yet he was already eyeing the divine demon sword. Ling Han was curious and he asked, "You can refine this sword?" Wally didn't reply, and it was as if he were pondering something. After a while he said, "According to my calculations, I can completely absorb the material essence of this sword in 9367 years, 36 days, 8 hours, 10 minutes and 34 seconds. However, I've discovered that this sword also has the ability to evolve. If it evolves again, the time needed for me to absorb it will increase exponentially. Once it evolves to the pinnacle level, I'll be unable to refine it." This person was fairly honest. Ling Han was surprised by what he heard. When ordinary people spoke about time using years as units, they would only say things like 2,300 years or 15,000 years. They wouldn't give a more specific number. However, not only did this person give the exact number of years, he even gave the exact number of days and so on. However, Ling Han wasn't familiar with the concept of minutes and seconds too. He didn't know what these units represented. However, this was enough to illustrate one thing: Wally was incredibly rigorous with details. Ling Han shook his head and replied, "I have great uses for this sword, so I can't give it to you." Wally was neither frustrated nor angered. There is nothing that can't be exchanged. It's just that I haven't offered anything of an equal value. "When you arrived, you said that you could clear up our confusion?" Ling Han said. "The aura of your life force and of these three female living beings," Wally pointed at Hunyo, the Empress, and bewitching Maiden Ro, "is different from everyone else, so I think that—" Ahem. Ling Han coughed loudly, cutting Wally off. He then turned to Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others and said, "Sorry, but can you guys please step away for a moment?" "Why?" someone asked, clearly unhappy with this request. Wally was a special war soldier from the Dark Inverse Realm, so they could definitely accomplish a great feat if they brought him back to the academy. Ling Han was trying to steal this accomplishment for himself. "If you don't want to die, it's best that you obey my words," Ling Han said with a smile. Killing intent flashed across his eyes. He certainly wasn't joking. If Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others learned the truth about his origins from the Celestial Realm, he definitely wouldn't show them any mercy. He would erase any potential trouble. Celestial Maiden Yunha gestured with her hands, and everyone walked very far away. However, Ling Han still summoned a wall of regulations just in case. This way their conversation wouldn't travel outside. As such, Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others wouldn't be able to eavesdrop even if they wanted to. "Continue," he said to Wally. Wally showed no signs of impatience, and it was as if he wouldn't be affected even if he were to wait for an exorbitantly long time. Thinking about this, however, it made sense. After all, he had already remained here for more than 35 epochs. This was an unfathomably long time. "The aura of your respective life force is similar to the living beings of the dimension that I come from," Wally said. "Moreover, the potential contained by your life force is immense. It possesses the ability to evolve boundlessly, so I've decided to cooperate with you." Ling Han smiled and said, "I initially thought that you were only interested in my sword." "That's indeed also one of the reasons," Wally replied in a calm voice. "I still wish that you can give the sword to me so that I can obtain a critical material for my evolution." He still hadn't given up yet. Ling Han shook his head and said, "Give up on the sword, I won't give it to you." He had sacrificed so much time and effort to raise the divine demon sword to the level of divine metal, so how could he offer it for a trade? Wally didn't appear disappointed. In fact, he always appeared expressionless with no change in expression at all. According to my calculations, my chance of evolving will be far greater if I return to the dark inverse. We can cooperate, it continued. We can return to my world together. Moreover, I also want to go to higher level dimensions where I can continue to evolve. Ling Han pondered for a moment before saying, sure thing. However, do you know how to leave this place? Easy, Wally replied with a nod. Okay, then let's leave here first. When the time is right, we'll go to the dark inverse realm, Ling Han said. He removed the wall of regulations and called Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others back over. Wally was responsible for leading the way. His entire body glowed and he now looked like the war soldiers from before. However, the light that he emitted was relatively more natural and gentle. It was as if he were truly a living being who could glow naturally. Moreover, torches were useless in this area as they could only illuminate an area of less than 15 centimeters in radius. Only war soldiers like these could act as genuine light sources. Everyone followed Wally. They didn't know what kind of agreement Ling Han and Wally had come to, so they were all extremely curious. However, no one dared to ask Ling Han. Wally was clearly someone who could endure loneliness, and he didn't speak a single word the entire journey. It was ultimately Ling Han who couldn't endure this, and he asked, is the transformation of the war soldiers and the precious armor in the valley all related to you? That's right, Wally said with a nod. I reconstructed the metallic tools of the indigenous people, and activated the void particle energy within them. However, the craftsmanship of these metallic tools was too poor, so I was unable to completely activate the void particle energy. Otherwise, I would have destroyed their internal structure. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. They had wanted to discover the secrets behind the precious armor and the war soldiers, and the answer actually lay with this seemingly human person. What's void particle energy? Ling Han asked. One of the ultimate energy types of the Genesis world, Wally replied. This kind of explanation couldn't satisfy Ling Han. However, he understood what the Genesis world represented. Since the void particle energy was an ultimate energy of the Genesis world, it most likely belonged to a very lofty level. Ling Han proceeded to ask for more specific details about the void particle energy. However, Wally was honest with his reply, and he revealed that he still didn't have the ability to interact with void particle energy, because his level of being was still too low. However, the potential of your life force is absolutely incredible. You have an 4,336% chance of evolving to that level, Wally said. Ling Han's interest was piqued and he asked, then what about them? He pointed at Hunyo and the others. Wally looked at Bewitching Maiden Ro first, and a beam of green light suddenly shot out from his eyes. Everyone was startled and they thought that he was suddenly going to attack them. However, the green light wasn't destructive at all, and it started to scan Bewitching Maiden Ro up and down. After a while, Wally said, her vitality index is 2,684, and her evolution index is 8. Everyone exchanged glances. Vitality index? Evolution index? What in the world did this mean? Chapter 2304 Vitality Index, Evolution Index. Be more specific. None of us can understand, Ling Han said. Wally's patience was definitely an astonishing thing. He explained, the Vitality Index is a comprehensive index that describes a living being's power. It takes into account their life force, battle prowess, and so on. Every 1,000 points is a new level. He paused for a moment before continuing, a Vitality Index of 2,584 is equivalent to a battle prowess at the 5th leaf of the 7th lotus. After hearing this explanation, everyone started to understand the concept. This was how the Dark Inverse Realm categorized battle prowess. Then what about the Evolution Index? The Evolution Index represents a living being's potential to evolve their level of being. The higher the index, the more likely one can reach a higher level of being. Then is an index of 8 high or low? Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. After all, the previous index had been over 2,000, yet this index had suddenly fallen to 8 now. This made her extremely worried. The minimum possible evolution index is 0, Wally explained. This represents an impossibility to evolve any further. Meanwhile, the highest possible evolution index is 12. This represents the potential to reach the highest level of being. In other words, even though an index of 8 wasn't high, it wasn't low either. Then what about Nyo? Hunyo asked as she jumped forward. She was also extremely curious. Green light beamed from Wally's eyes again, scanning up and down Hunyo's body. After a while he said, "Your vitality index is 2652, and your evolution index is 9. However, this number is variable and it can possibly reach 10. Ling Han was slightly surprised. Hunyo's potential was definitely greater than Bewitching Maiden Rose. This was without a doubt. Moreover, the variable quality that Wally mentioned was most likely due to the imprint of the Celestial King that existed inside her body. This could help her soar to a higher level. This person was truly impressive. Just by using his eyes to scan a person up and down, he could see all of their secrets. Wally turned his gaze to the Empress. Green light beamed out once again. Her vitality index is 2650, and her evolution index is 9, he said. The Empress and Hunyo's battle prowess was almost identical, and their potential was also near identical. It was only because Hunyo possessed an extra imprint of a Celestial King that she had the potential to soar to a greater height. What about me? What about me? Many more people rushed over. They were all extremely curious about their indexes. You have a vitality index of 1682 and an evolution index of 8. You have a vitality index of 1357 and an evolution index of 7. You have a vitality index of. Those at the Severing Mundane Tier, the 6th Lotus, in other words, mostly had a vitality index of over 1000. Even Celestial Maiden Yunha, a 5th Severance Monarch Tier, only had an index of slightly over 2000. Those at the 4th Severance could only reach a maximum index of 1600. In terms of the evolution index, Emperor tiers would often receive an index of 7, while Monarch tiers would receive an index of 8. Because it was impossible to become a Monarch star at the Severing Mundane Tier, one naturally couldn't obtain an evolution index of 9 or above. Don't worry, the evolution index is only a reference, Wally said. It isn't absolute. Moreover, one's vitality index can also change, and this will in turn affect the evolution index. Just like her and her. In reality, their evolution indexes are already infinitesimally close to 10. It's only a small bit off. Thus, it's not impossible for their evolution indexes to eventually become 10, Wally continued as he pointed at Hunyo and the Empress. Ling Han nodded in understanding. Their battle prowess was already identical compared to Monarch stars at the same cultivation level if Monarch stars could exist at this level. However, as long as they didn't cultivate a 9th divided soul, they would always be that little bit off. Then what about Ba? Everyone asked in curiosity. This person was far too powerful, so what kind of height would his vitality index and evolution index reach? Wally scanned Ling Han up and down. After a while he said, "Your vitality index is 3396, and your evolution index is 10. Gasp. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. He was only at the 7th Lotus, yet he already possessed a vitality index of over 3000? Extrapolating from the numbers before, a vitality index of over 3000 would most likely equate to being an 8th Lotus cultivator. Moreover, every 100 points would correspond to 1 leaf of battle prowess. In other words, Ling Han's true battle prowess was at the 3rd leaf of the 8th Lotus. Also, an evolution index of 10. This was far too astonishing. This signified that Ling Han was indeed as talented as a Monarch star. However, Ling Han frowned and said, "You said that the maximum evolution index was 122. Wally nodded and replied, "The strongest living being that I've come across had an evolution index of 12. However, I can't say for certain that no one can exceed this number." He was just as rigorous as always. Everyone was rendered speechless. Ling Han was already so freakish, yet his evolution index still wasn't the highest. In that case, that person was definitely a prodigy from the Dark Inverse realm. In fact, they might have even come from a more powerful dimension. The level of one's potential would definitely be affected by the overall environment of heaven and earth. Your specific evolution index should be 10. 9. However, even if it's only 0. 1 off the next level, it can only be regarded as 10, Wally said. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If someone as freakish as Ling Han only had an evolution index of 10, then just how freakish would one need to be to have an evolution index of 12? This was simply unfathomable. Ling Han was slightly disappointed by this result. He was already so powerful, yet his evolution index still hadn't reached 11? However, after further thought, he had only comprehended the regulations of 2 realms. Yet his battle prowess had already risen by so much. Then what would happen after he comprehended the regulations of 3 realms, 10 realms, or even 100 realms? Just how powerful would he become? The freaks who had obtained evolution indexes of 11 or even 12 were most likely people who had achieved just that. With this in mind, Ling Han immediately felt much more at ease. He was now filled with motivation. "Come with me," Wally said as he continued to walk forward. The emotions of others wouldn't affect him a single bit. Everyone followed Wally, and with his glow to illuminate the path, their speed naturally increased by a considerable amount. After only 4 hours, the roof of the cavern started to become higher and higher. It was seemingly boundless. "The path to leave is just ahead of us," Wally said as he pointed ahead. There was a soaring column of light there, and one could see the complex symbols that pulsated inside it. Ling Han suddenly lashed out. "Pa pa pa." Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were all knocked unconscious. Wally turned to Ling Han and asked, "Why?" However, his voice was calm, and it was as if he wouldn't pursue this topic even if Ling Han didn't answer him. "Your identity can't be revealed to anyone," Ling Han replied. "As such, their memories need to be erased." Wally didn't say anything. However, his eyes continued to shoot beams of light, one bright and one dim. These beams of light interchanged, and after a while he said, "According to my calculations, the people from this realm detest me with a passion. If my identity is revealed, there's a 99,996% chance that I'll be killed." Ling Han didn't understand how Wally had arrived at this number. However, it was good that he understood the danger. After all, Ling Han was slightly troubled at this moment. How should he subtly erase Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others' memories of Wally? For the moment, he didn't want to kill these people yet. "Is that why you 4 have disguised like this?" Wally asked. He glanced at Ling Han and the 3 women. Ling Han was curious and he asked, "How did you discover our true identity?" One had to realize that they had practiced the heaven-deceiving technique. With this technique, even ancestral kings wouldn't be able to see through their disguise if they didn't look closely. Wally's voice was calm as he replied, "I reached this conclusion after performing many detailed calculations. The reliability of my conclusion is 93.58%. As he said this, his body surprisingly started to transform. Horns grew from his head, and a pair of bat wings protruded from his back. A tail also appeared on his lower back. His skin stopped glowing and it instead took on a red color. He looked just like a demon. Ling Han shook his head, saying, "This kind of disguise isn't very useful. When judging one's identity, their external appearance was only secondary. The primary source of identification was their aura." Wally cocked his head, saying, "I can perfectly imitate any living being. However, doing so will consume my void particle energy. Unless it's necessary, I can't waste this energy." "So be it," Ling Han said in his mind. He then asked, "Is there an ancestral king corpse here?" Chapter 2305, Worth of the Scroll. "Ancestral king?" Wally asked. He faltered for a moment before a faint light started to flash in his eyes as if he were calculating something. After a moment he said, "I understand. You're talking about living beings who have a vitality index of over 5,000. Indeed, there are 2 corpses of such living beings in this area. Moreover, their vitality indexes reached a peak of over 13,000 during their most powerful phase. In other words, they're 18th Lotus ancestral kings in the words of this realm," he added. "Hang on. 2. Ling Han faltered for a moment before asking, "How are there 2? 35 epochs ago, I followed a king to carry out a secret mission. However, he was discovered by an ancestral king here, and the ensuing battle ended with the death of both of them." Wally recounted an important event of the ancient past. "When I was designed, my purpose was only to perform calculations and analyze data. I didn't possess any combat abilities. The shock waves of the battle destroyed a large majority of my body, so it took me a very long time to recover to my original state. However, I also possess a powerful learning ability, so after taking inspiration from the battle, I also possess some combat capability now." "What's your vitality index?" Ling Han asked in curiosity. Light pulsated in Wally's eyes and he replied, "This information might threaten my life. It's top secret so I can't reveal it." Fuck. Then what was the secret mission you were carrying out? Ling Han asked. My memory crystals were severely damaged during the battle so I can't recall, Wally replied. This time he didn't refuse to answer by claiming that it was top secret. However, he was even more clear-cut by saying he didn't remember. Ling Han decided to stop focusing on these small details. Can you bring me to the 2 ancestral king corpses? If you can help me obtain them, it'll be even better. Wally immediately shook his head, saying, without an equal exchange, I won't help you do anything. Ling Han chuckled and said, are you eyeing my sword again? If you give me that sword, Wally's eyes pulsated for a moment and he continued, I can bring you to the corpses. I can also help you obtain one of them. Only one. However, this made sense. After all, just how rare were the corpses of Ninth Heaven's Celestial King? One had to realize that Celestial Kings were unafraid of a mortal's tribulation. Theoretically speaking, they would possess a limitless lifespan. Moreover, Ninth Heaven's Celestial Kings were almost invincible, so how could they die in normal circumstances? It could be said that there were definitely fewer Ninth Heaven's Celestial Kings than Divine Metal. As such, there were definitely even fewer dead Ninth Heaven's Celestial Kings. However, to exchange the Divine Demon Sword for one, Ling Han wasn't willing to do this. He reduced his request and asked, then what if you only take me to the 2 corpses? 1/10,000th of the sword, Wally said. Ling Han involuntarily grimaced. What was he going to do? Hack a piece off the Divine Demon Sword? You don't only want that sword, right? He decided to fight for a better deal and he said, I still have many other valuable items on me. You can take a look. He retrieved celestial medicines, godly metal, and many other items from the Black Tower. However, Wally wasn't interested in any of them. However, when Ling Han retrieved the ring of the Celestial King, Wally nodded and said, this can be exchanged for half an ancestral king corpse. Fuck. Wasn't willing to give up, so he retrieved even more items. However, Wally's standards were extremely high, and he showed absolutely no interest in divine metal and celestial medicines. It wasn't that these things were worthless, but rather that Wally had no need for them. You don't eat celestial medicines. Wally shook his head and said, I'm constructed from superstring materials, so only things that are close to the source of the world can increase the strength of my physique. These matters formed by the condensation of regulations aren't beneficial to me. Ling Han grimaced again. Superstring materials, things close to the source of the world, and matters formed by the condensation of regulations. Were they speaking the same language? Could they still converse properly? A thought occurred to him, and he retrieved one of the scrolls that couldn't be opened. Then how about this? Wally looked over, and 2 beams of green light shot out from his eyes, scanning the scroll. His body then started to glow, pulsating between brilliance and dimness. This was a vigorous pulsation, and it was as if his emotion were undergoing huge swings. If you give me this, I can help you retrieve both of the ancestral king corpses, he said. His voice was still calm as always. However, the bright glimmer in his eyes gave him away. You wanted this? Was surprised. He knew that the 2 scrolls were definitely extraordinary since they couldn't be drawn into the Black Tower. Moreover, even the Divine Demon Sword couldn't damage them. However, Wally was actually willing to carry both of the ancestral king corpses over for him. What did this signify? This meant that these 2 scrolls were far more important than the Divine Demon Sword. Gasp. They're that incredible? Ling Han wasn't suspicious of Wally. After all, this person wouldn't tell lies and he was a strong proponent for performing fair exchanges. He definitely wouldn't take advantage of others. In any case, Ling Han didn't want to be taken advantage of either, so he said, you need to do more than just bring the 2 ancestral king corpses over. You have to make it so that them 2 can also refine them. He pointed at the Empress and Hunyo. Light pulsated in Wally's eyes, and it was as if he were undergoing a huge mental battle. However, Ling Han knew that he was calculating again. After a while, Wally nodded and said, okay. Ling Han nodded in his mind. He had still underestimated the importance of the scrolls. One had to realize that bringing the ancestral king corpses over and allowing the Empress and Hunyo to refine them were 2 completely different matters. The difficulty of these tasks was completely different. What in the world were these scrolls? Couldn't help but ask this question. Wally didn't conceal anything from him and he replied, This scroll is condensed from most fundamental power of the Genesis world. It can help me to a higher level. Then what about us? The Empress interjected. You guys can't absorb it now, Wally said with a shake of his heek. Then when do we have to wait until? Bewitching Maiden Roaz. When your vitality index goes above 15,000, Wally replied. In 01 words, when you become a pseudo-heavenly venerate. Fuck. Only pseudo-heavenly venerates can refine this? Ling Han found this inconceivable. Then what was the reason for these scrolls appearing? There exists a peculiar life force fluctuation around it, Wally continued. Only specific people can open it. They don't need to wait until their vitality index goes above 15,000. These specific people clearly didn't include them. After all, Ling Han, the Empress, and the others had all failed to open these two scrolls. So-called chosen ones of heaven? Then, what's the benefit of opening it? Ling Han asked. I know too little about it, so I'm unable to calculate and infer, Wally replied in a calm voice. He seemingly lacked any sense of curiosity. In fact, he didn't even urge Ling Han to hand the scrolls over. Then why can you refine it? Ling Han asked. This was a key question. Perhaps Wally was as powerful as a pseudo-heavenly venerate. The construct of my life force is different, Wally replied, sounding as emotionless as always. One of the materials used in my construction was condensed from the source power of heaven and earth. However, if I want to refine this, I need to spend 169,847,332 years, 105 days, 4 hours, 52 minutes, and 22 seconds. Hunyo found this person extremely interesting. Why was he always so emotionless and expressionless when he spoke? In any case, the conclusion was that Wally could refine this scroll. However, this would take an exorbitant amount of time. Taking into account the fact that only pseudo-heavenly venerates could open this scroll, however, 100 million years truly wasn't a long time. Chapter 2306 Deal. Ling Han pondered for a moment before handing one scroll to Wally. Even though they were valuable, they were completely useless to him at this moment. Keeping them would be a waste. As such, he might as well help the Empress and the others increase their strength. Moreover, he still had another scroll, so if it truly came to it, he would still have one to use. Wally accepted the scroll and moved it toward his chest. Like flowing liquid, his chest instantly opened up, revealing a cavity. This cavity then enveloped the scroll, after which his chest returned to normal. He returned to the form of an ordinary demon. Please wait for a moment, he said. Whoosh. With a leap, he dashed into the distance. He quickly vanished from sight. How long do we have to wait? Ling Han shouted after him. Even though Wally had vanished, his voice still floated over, saying, according to my calculations, this will take 3 years, 5 days, 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 8 seconds. Sure enough, this was still a Wally-style reply. It was calculated down to the second. Ling Han had asked him about the notion of hours, minutes, and seconds. These were the units that the Dark Inverse Realm used to calculate time. He actually needed a whopping 3 years. However, Wally had remained here for an exorbitant time that was calculated in epochs. Thus, a span of 3 years was indeed only a small wait. Ling Han and the others weren't willing to waste any time, so they all entered the Black Tower to cultivate under the reincarnation tree. 3 years passed by in a flash. Ling Han and the 3 women exited the Black Tower, only to see Wally walking over from the distance. There was a corpse in each of his hands. One corpse looked identical to a human's, while the other corpse belonged to an angel. Moreover, the latter was also an indescribably beautiful woman. Even though they were corpses and even though they were riddled with wounds, they somehow looked like 2 exquisite pieces of art. They didn't appear frightening at all. I've adjusted the flow of regulations in these 2 items such that they won't injure those who use them, Wally said as he placed the corpses on the ground. In his eyes, these 2 corpses were only items. Ling Han nodded in understanding. He then turned to Hunyo and the Empress and said, this will decide whether you 2 can become monarch stars or not. In fact, it wasn't guaranteed that one would become a monarch star even if they refined celestial king bones. Right now, however, this was the best option for them. Hunyo and the Empress both nodded in acknowledgement. They each took a corpse, with the Empress choosing the angel and Hunyo choosing the celestial king from the Dark Inverse Realm. They started to extract the essence from these corpses. After 35 epochs, Even the corpses of ninth heaven celestial kings would suffer a huge loss in energy. The only thing that remained was the imprint of regulations. Add to that Wally's adjustments, and it was now possible for dividing soul tier cultivators to refine these ancestral king corpses. Ling Han couldn't help but feel curious. Back then, how had the Rain Emperor managed to refine the corpse of a ninth heaven celestial king? By the looks of it, his second brother possessed heaven-defying fortune. How long will they take? Ling Han asked Wally. According to my calculations, she'll take 109 years with a possible error of 2 years. She'll take 120 years with a possible error of 3 years. Wally pointed at Hunyo before pointing at the Empress. In terms of cultivation talent, Hunyo was still slightly superior. Ling Han nodded in understanding. He then turned around to look at Bewitching Maiden Ro. No need to console me. I understand, I've already exhausted all of my potential. Bewitching Maiden Ro knew what Ling Han wanted to say. Ling Han smiled in reply. After so many years, even if he didn't love her, he felt affection toward her. Of course, this was friendly affection. Thus, he felt slightly apologetic that Bewitching Maiden Ro was left with nothing. He started to refine alchemical pills. After all, he had nothing else to do at the moment. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and the other women were all cultivating under the reincarnation tree. Thanks to Ling Han's alchemical pills, their cultivation all advanced at a rapid pace. It wasn't long before they all advanced to the second severance. In Ling Han's eyes, this was unbelievably slow. In the outside world, however, being able to advance from the first severance to the second severance in a mere several thousand years was quite impressive, regardless of whether it was the celestial realm or the foreign realm. In any case, this was inevitable. After all, Ling Han's alchemy abilities were far too heaven-defying. Right now, he was investigating the alchemy system of the foreign realm. In fact, he could already refine sixth lotus alchemical pills. Otherwise, the women couldn't have advanced so quickly. He was confident that with a few dozen more millennia, he could once again become a 4-star grandmaster. Wally, do you know any pill recipes? Ling Han suddenly turned his attention to Wally. Wally's eyes pulsated slightly and he said, "My memory crystals contain all knowledge about my realm. However, after being wounded, most of the information has been lost. Fortunately, the pill recipes haven't been lost." "Can you show me?" Ling Han asked. "Sure thing. Trade," Wally said in a calm voice. "Fuck." Ling Han pointed at him and said, "You need 100 to 200 million years to digest the thing in your tummy. Why can't you be more generous and give me some small benefits during this time? I mean, you're not going to lose anything." Wally remained composed and said, "No." He was a staunch believer in fair exchange. Though he wasn't against receiving some small advantages, how could he make a small loss? Impossible. However, Ling Han didn't want to give divine metal, nor did he want to sacrifice his divine demon sword or trade the other unopenable scroll. Thus, he decided to temporarily abandon this idea. After all, as long as he entered the dark inverse realm, he could naturally obtain pill recipes with ease. No. Alternatively, if he failed to enter the dark inverse realm, what use would those pill recipes be? The medicines and regulations of other dimensions would be far too different, so he wouldn't be able to concoct those pills at all. Ling Han continued to cultivate. After 100 years, he had already neared the peak stage of the ninth divided soul. Moreover, he had already refined his comprehension of the regulations of the two realms. In other words, he was only a small step away from reaching the immortal palace tier. Moreover, he could take this step at any time. However, Ling Han wanted to perfect his foundations even more, so he was in no hurry to take this step. Several years passed and sure enough, Hunyo was the first to finish her refinement. Crackle. She stood up, and dark clouds instantly gathered overhead, with arcs of lightning shooting between them. She was about to break through. "Stinky heavenly tribulation, come at me." "Nyo isn't afraid," the young lady shouted. She resolutely leaped into the sky, actively charging at her heavenly tribulation. After a day, she completed a huge qualitative transformation, advancing to the dividing 5 souls. She was on the track to become a monarch star. Several more years passed, and the Empress also succeeded in refining the corpse of the ninth heaven celestial king. Crackle. Just like Hunyo, she also needed to face heavenly tribulation. One day passed and she also succeeded in taking that elusive step. It was now possible for her to become a monarch star. However, this was no reason for conceit. After all, there were many people who managed to reach the dividing 5 souls, dividing 6 souls, and dividing 7 souls, yet failed to take that final step. Some had failed to obtain sufficient source power, while others had been hindered by their lack of talent. However, the 2 women had refined the corpses of 9th Heaven celestial kings, so they didn't need to worry about a lack of source power. As for their cultivation talent, Ling Han was more so filled with confidence. Before we leave, how are we going to deal with these people? Bewitching Maiden Ro asked. She was referring to Celestial Maiden Yunha and the other students from the 100 Battles Academy. Ling Han had continuously suppressed them, so they still had yet to wake up. I want to wipe their memories of Wally, Ling Han said. However, I'm afraid of overdoing it and wiping too many memories. I'll do it, Wally said. During these past 100 or so years, he had silently sat beside them, not urging them or showing any impatience. He had been a picture of calm. However, this was understandable. He had remained here for dozens of epochs, so what harm was waiting for 100 years? You don't want payment? Ling Han asked with a smile. He knew that Wally was skilled with calculations, and he was also incredibly accurate with his analyses. However, he had a bad habit of only working for payment. No, Wally replied. He seemingly didn't notice the teasing nature of Ling Han's question. Chapter 2307 Attack. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Why not? Wasn't this person always talking about fair exchange? Wally replied, This is related to my survival. In other words, he wouldn't ask for payment if the matters were related to him. These were categorized as doing things for himself. Then please go ahead, Ling Han said as he pointed at Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others. Wally nodded before stepping forward as requested. He extended a hand and his fingers suddenly separated, becoming thinner and transforming into thousands of threads. These threads then landed on Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others' bodies, causing them to glow. The thin threads also glowed, and it was as if something were being drawn out from Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others' bodies. Ling Han looked carefully, and he could seemingly see numerous scenes coursing through the thin threads. These scenes were all related to Wally. This was truly mysterious. Wally had removed their memories of him just like that. After a while, Wally finished up and said, All done. He retrieved the thin threads and his fingers returned to normal. Ling Han was extremely curious. Just how powerful was Wally? Let's go. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to leave first. Otherwise, he was truly worried that the environment would affect them if they stayed for too long. They walked toward the soaring column of light. With a flash, they left the cavern. Ling Han observed his surroundings. Sure enough, we've been teleported away. This place is around 150 kilometers from the entrance. He shook his hand, waking Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others. After waking up, they immediately adopted a defensive stance. This was the basic instinct of all cultivators. Where is this? Why are we here? What in the world happened? They all exclaimed in astonishment. Ling Han chuckled and said, We came across a powerful enemy, and all of you were knocked unconscious. After much difficulty and struggle, I finally managed to rescue all of you. Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were all slightly skeptical. In their memories they had been exploring the Holy Mountain, and they seemingly entered an underground river. Their memories then stopped here. They had come across an enemy? They had no recollection at all. Celestial Maiden Yunha looked at Wally and asked, Who is he? Right now, Wally was exuding the unique aura of a cultivator from the foreign realm. This aura was called spiritual power, and it was different from the auras of the celestial realm and the dark inverse realm. One heaven and earth could only contain one cultivation system. Oh, he's just a passerby. He happened to pass by just now and we coincidentally crossed paths, so I invited him over for a chat. We're from the same race after all, Ling Han replied with a chuckle. Whom are you kidding? Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others naturally didn't believe him. Ling Han didn't show any sense of belonging to his own race, and he would pummel and kill them on a whim. Moreover, the demon race encompassed so many people, so how could he suddenly feel so amicable toward a random one? Not to mention, it was possible for people to remain cold and aloof even toward those who were from the same clan. Ling Han paid no heed to whether they believed him. He had already made an excuse, so it was their choice whether they believed it or not. Ah, that's right, the secret of the precious armor. Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others exclaimed. You guys still want to go in? Ling Han shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm not going back to that godforsaken place. Indeed, he had already obtained the 2 ancestral king corpses, and Wally had also followed him out. What was the point of going back in? The others weren't aware of this, yet they could all recall the uncanny suppression of that place. Their lifespan was limited, and they could also experience hunger and starvation. Because of this, they had even been scammed of many celestial medicines by Ling Han. Just thinking about this made their hearts ache. They all stared at Ling Han in resentment. This man was truly full of tricks. As shameless as Ling Han was, he still couldn't help but blush slightly in embarrassment. Why are you all staring at me? There's no flour on my face. He turned around and started to leave. He truly didn't want to be the subject of their strong gazes. Even though Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others didn't want to give up on the secrets of the precious armor, they understood that their power was limited. If they entered again, they very likely wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Thus, they were better off reporting this information to the Academy, which would most likely dispatch Ancestral King elites. In any case, reporting this piece of important information would already be a huge contribution. With this in mind, they felt much more at ease as they set off to return. Sometimes, trying to bite off more than one could chew would only result in death. Anyhow, they were extremely curious about how Ling Han had made it out. However, Ling Han always skirted the topic, making up excuses to avoid giving an answer. Several months passed and they finally arrived back at the 100 Battles Academy. As their representative, Celestial Maiden Yunha immediately headed over to report this matter to the Academy. War soldiers had actually appeared in the foreign realm. This startled the higher-ups of the Academy. They called Ling Han and the others over, questioning them one by one. Everyone's account of the situation was similar, apart from the fact that Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others were all missing the part of the memory from when they had entered the underground river to when they had exited the cavern. Meanwhile, Ling Han claimed that he had fled with Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others, and they had eventually discovered a transfer formation-like mechanism at the end of the underground river. They had then used this to escape. This was an easily believable excuse. After all, there were war soldiers in that area, with several of them being extraordinarily powerful. As such, it wasn't strange that Ling Han and the others were forced to flee. The Academy naturally formed a resolution about this. However, Ling Han and the others didn't have the authority to know. In any case, if there were any huge discoveries, they would naturally be rewarded. Anyhow, after discovering that they had lost over 100 years' worth of memories, Celestial Maiden Yunha and the others couldn't help but feel suspicious. Just how severely wounded had they been? They had actually remained unconscious for that long? However, Ling Han was adamant that this was the case, and they couldn't prove otherwise. After all, Ling Han's powerful nature was still clear in their memories. Wally also entered the academy. He kept a very low profile and he only exhibited the talent of a king tier. His cultivation level was also set at the 6th lotus. Ling Han naturally didn't believe this. Right now, he was cultivating and deciding to advance to the Immortal Palace tier after a few days. However, a significant commotion suddenly swept through the demon quarters. He walked out only to see the shock waves of battle in the distance. Regulations of light? Ling Han squinted his eyes. It was common for demons to battle against each other since the demon race was a naturally combative race. As long as these battles didn't result in disability or death, the Academy wouldn't stop them either. Now, however, it was members of the angel race that were attacking. This was a rare sight. With the might of the heavenly venerates from both sides suppressing them, there was seldom any conflict between the two races, even though they weren't on friendly terms. Conflicts in the Academy were even rarer. Ling Han walked over, planning to observe the situation. 3 angels had entered the demon quarters. They were grossly outnumbered. However, they weren't weak at all, and they were relaxed as they continued to advance. The demons were completely unable to stop them. "Brother, what's going on?" Ling Han asked the demon beside him. "These bastards are here to capture someone," the demon replied. "Capture whom?" Ling Han asked. "Someone called Ba," the demon replied without turning around to look at him. "Even though I don't know how Ba offended them, it's preposterous for angels to charge into the demon quarters, even if they're Wuxia and Sun Feng." Ling Han was astonished. The culprit was actually himself. Wuxia and Sun Feng. They were both at the 8th lotus. Moreover, Disregarding Yu Yuan, they were the most powerful members of the angel quarters. Yu Yuan didn't come? He asked. Yu Yuan. The demon shuddered upon hearing this. This was a name that instilled respect and reverence into everyone's mind. It was because of him that the 100 Battles Academy had managed to place 72nd out of the 1,000 academies. Even the demon race couldn't help but feel respect and reverence toward this person. Chapter 2308 Accidental Injury. You're thinking far too highly of this Ba, the demon said with disdain. How can he possibly offend Yu Yuan? They're not even on the same level. Just then he had still been filled with righteous rage about the angels coming to attack the demons. Now however he was siding with Yu Yuan instead. Judging from this, it was extremely clear just how lofty a standing Yu Yuan enjoyed in the minds of these students. His reputation had already transcended the boundaries of race. He was a synonym for strength and power. Ling Han involuntarily smiled and said, perhaps this Ba is also incredibly powerful. Perhaps he can even pummel Yu Yuan? Rubbish. Not only did the demon beside him glare at him in anger, but even the dozen or so demons in the surroundings turned around to glare at him. They all wore expressions of disdain and disgust. Yu Yuan was like a god of the 100 Battles Academy. His name couldn't be sullied. Why is this rubbish? After all, they haven't fought before, Ling Han said with a smile. His words naturally attracted even more rage. Many more demons turned around to glare at him, and it was as if they wanted to use their gazes to cut him into 10,000 pieces. Huh. Someone suddenly faltered before pointing at Ling Han and exclaiming, he's Ba. Everyone cried out in astonishment. Holy fuck. After speaking nonsense for so long, this was the culprit? Moreover, just how shameless was he? He was actually praising himself. Ling Han grinned and said, those who think that I can pummel Yu Yuan, please raise your hands. As expected, no one raised their hand. They all looked at him as if he were a retard. Bah! One of the angels roared. He immediately charged over. Ping ping ping. No one could block him, and his rippling holy glow made him appear like a spotless deity. My obedient son, Ling Han said with a nod. Oh, that's right, what were you called again, son? Papa forgot your name. The angel instantly flushed red with rage. This person was doing this on purpose, right? He had called himself Ba to take advantage of others. He humphed and said, I'm Lu Yunxin. Fortunately it's your heart that's green, not your head, Ling Han said with a serious expression. Lu Yunxin had already been enraged and this infuriated him even more. He was incandescent with rage as he lunged at Ling Han. Not a single demon stepped forward to help Ling Han. After all, he had dared to belittle Yu Yuan just then, so this caused all of them to detest him. Ling Han glanced up, and he immediately unleashed a terrifying killing intent. Lu Yunxin was forcefully stopped in his tracks. Fear flashed across his face. He had a feeling that if he didn't stop, he would be ruthlessly killed by Ling Han. How is this possible? He was at the first leaf of the 8th lotus. According to his information, Ling Han was only at the 5th leaf of the 6th lotus. The gulf between them was like the gulf between heaven and earth. Even if he shut his eyes and allowed Ling Han to attack him at will, Ling Han still shouldn't be able to breach his defenses. Just where in the world was this feeling coming from? Ling Han smiled again and said, my good son, do you know that attacking Papa is extremely undutiful? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down and apologize? Lu Yunxin forcefully suppressed the fear in his mind. He was convinced that Ling Han had cultivated some kind of special technique that targeted one's divine sense. It was because of this that he had mistakenly felt that Ling Han was powerful. In reality, he wasn't actually powerful. In any case, Ling Han had called him son time and time again, so he would definitely be laughed at by others if he didn't give Ling Han a wicked beating. You're seeking death, he roared as he unleashed an attack. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy swept forward. His wings flapped, and he immediately summoned 12 golden swords that stabbed down at Ling Han. Each sword was brimming with a devastating destructive power. A son is attacking his father. Absolutely traitorous. Ling Han shouted. He activated the void space, but he didn't summon tens of thousands of clones. Instead, he simply used his agility to dodge the attack. Boom. One of the golden swords had initially been stabbing at Ling Han, Yet his disappearance was so sudden that Lu Yuanxin couldn't stop the attack in time. The golden sword instantly impaled the leg of the person behind Ling Han. The person immediately wailed in agony. At the same time he glared at Lu Yuanxin in anger. Whom had he offended? Why had he suffered such misfortune? Lu Yuanxin grimaced upon seeing this. Charging into the demon quarters to cause a commotion was already against the academy rules. Now he had even wounded someone for no reason. He was definitely going to face punishment. However, since it had already come to this, he naturally couldn't back down. He needed to severely punish Ling Han. He commanded the remaining 11 golden swords to continue pursuing Ling Han. Ling Han used the same tactic, activating the void space to vanish when the golden swords neared him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Golden light flashed through the air, terrifying the surrounding demons. If they were stabbed, wouldn't that be the pinnacle of misfortune? Fortunately, Lu Yuanxin was prepared now, so he carefully controlled his swords to avoid the onlookers. He waved his hand with a humph, commanding the 11 golden swords to continue their pursuit of Ling Han. He's not getting tricked? Ling Han chuckled in his mind. You think it's this easy? When the swords shot over, he lightly parried one of them with his fingers while activating his void space to dodge. The sword instantly changed its trajectory, shooting toward a demon. Pooh! No one expected this sword to suddenly change trajectory, and the demon that it shot toward wasn't very powerful either. He was instantly struck. Coincidentally, this was the same demon that had been struck before. Ah! He screamed in agony and tears were about to fall from his eyes. This was not only from pain but also from grief. They all said that sabers and swords had no eyes. However, to be struck twice? These swords clearly had eyes. They were as bloody accurate as could be. He stared at Lu Yuanxin in grief and resentment. Did the other party harbor some great hatred against him or something? Lu Yuanxin also felt unspeakable vexation. He had clearly targeted Ling Han, so it was definitely Ling Han's slight parry that had caused this. It was because of this that his sword had changed paths and accidentally wounded someone. Fortunately, this also signified that Ling Han wasn't very powerful. Otherwise he wouldn't have needed to dodge and he could have parried more than one sword. He drew on his remaining power, and commanded the remaining 10 swords to continue pursuing Ling Han. You people. You're far too short-sighted, Ling Han said with a chuckle as he dodged Lu Yuanxin's attacks. You're convinced that Yu Yuan can't be rivaled? How laughable. If he's truly invincible, how did he only win 72nd place for the academy? Impudence. Lu Yuanxin roared in wild rage. This person actually dared to slander Yu Yuan? He was seeking death. With a roar, his 10 golden swords instantly sped up. He had activated an ultimate technique and unleashed his pinnacle power. However, the price was his spiritual power being consumed 10 times quicker. This time, Ling Han didn't rely on the void space to dodge these attacks. Instead, he suddenly leaped back and dodged the attacks of all 10 swords. His sudden change in tactic was done such that Lu Yuanxin couldn't stop his attack in time. The 10 golden swords immediately shot toward the demon behind Ling Han. Ling Han was definitely doing this on purpose. The demon behind him was none other than the demon who had already been stabbed twice. His body was now filled with swords. Even though these swords had been formed from regulations, they would remain material for a short time. Moreover, they wouldn't dissipate until the power of regulations within them was exhausted. The demon glanced at Lu Yuanxin, and then he glanced at Ling Han. The words "holy fuck" were uttered from his mouth before he cocked his head and collapsed to the ground unconscious. His gaze had been filled with grief and resentment. Why did Lu Yuanxin always target him? And why did Ling Han always stand in front of him, causing him to suffer such misfortune? Detestable. Lu Yuanxin was beside himself with rage. He furiously charged Ling Han. He was truly about to become a laughing stock. All 12 of his attacks had landed on an innocent bystander. Ling Han smiled faintly. He extended his right hand using a single finger like a sword. With a slight flick, a burst of devastating sword chi slashed across the air. His might was astonishing. In Chinese, the word for father can be read as Ba. In Chinese, Lu is the character for green, and Xan is for heart. Also, wearing a green hat means getting cucked. Chapter 2309 Tables Turned. Ling Han used the heaven-destroying 9 swords, switching to the regulation of slaughter of the foreign realm to activate it. Sword chi danced wildly, power of regulation spreading out. This area instantly became extremely dangerous. Everyone in the surroundings stepped back to avoid being dragged into this disaster. It should be known that that person from before was a perfect example to learn from. Fuck. Everyone looked towards that unlucky fool. Because he had passed out, it was naturally impossible for him to leave, and now that he was dragged into the battle, the robes he was wearing were also torn into scraps, even exposing a flushed bottom. His tail was visibly drooping, and just happened to be lying between his legs, concealing the last bit of that inappropriate scene. Everyone exchanged looks and thought that this guy was really ruined. Having mistakenly been struck by 12 sword strikes was already a huge joke, and now was forced to suffer the public exposure of his bottom. What face would he have left to continue staying here? Yet Lu Yuanxin's eyes were already bloodshot. He cared about nothing else now, and merely used ultimate moves to launch a flurry of relentless attacks on Ling Han. He summoned a sword of light. Its might was extremely terrifying, and the strike of light it delivered incited great dislike from the demon race. The power of light was contained within, which caused them to feel an instinctive dislike. Yet Ling Han was still unafraid. Recently, he had been recultivating the indestructible heaven scroll while making use of the power of the origin magic cube. He had gained a deeper understanding of regulations, and even the power of heaven and earth that was superior to regulations, improving his physique further. But now that he had reached this stage, improving physique could no longer completely depend on comprehension. It was too slow. Instead, he would have to consume various kinds of natural treasures, and even fuse divine metal into his body, turning himself into a human weapon. Ling Han was still a great distance away from fusing divine metal into himself, but the resources he needed were still astonishing in amount. The Academy had supplied some, but it was far from reaching the amount that he needed. However, his present physique was more than adequate to deal with Lu Yuanxin. The two of them battled incredibly fiercely. The spectators of the demon race were more and more surprised. Though Ling Han had not gained an absolute upper hand, wasn't it said that he was only a 6th Lotus 5th Leaf cultivator? How could he be as powerful as this? Ling Han unleashed his battle prowess fully, and a 7th Lotus 9th Lotus appeared on his forehead. His cultivation level was clear to see. This was a monarch star. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. It should be known that even in a dimension like the foreign realm, the number of monarch stars was still extremely rare. For example, the 100 Battles Academy only possessed one, and that was Yu Yuan. Why did Yu Yuan have such a high status? A part of the reason was because of the glory he had won for the Academy, and another was his identity as a monarch star inspiring reverence from others. He was an existence that was destined to become an 18th Lotus ancestral king as long as he did not die before that. Who would not look up to him? No wonder this man had been so filled with confidence, considering even Yu Yuan below his notice. As a monarch star, he did indeed should have this kind of dominance. When this fact was uncovered, the attitude of a great many members of the demon race did an about-turn, switching from their previous disdain to heated fanaticism. They too had a monarch star now. Though they revered Yu Yuan, that was speaking in terms of the bigger picture. After all, they all belonged to the same academy, but if possible, how could it be that they did not hope that Yu Yuan was a member of the demon race? Of course, there was no way that Yu Yuan would become a member of the demon race, but now Ba had appeared, so they were naturally cheering and encouraging him. Who said that the demon race did not have any super geniuses? Humph. Wuya and Sun Feng both walked over. One of them was an 8th Lotus 7th Leaf, while the other was an 8th Lotus 8th Leaf. Their strength could be ranked in the top 10 of the academy. There were no 3 people in the demon quarters that could stop them. At most there were only 2. The problem was that neither of the strongest 2 of the demon quarters were here. One had ventured out on a training trip, while the other was breaking through his cultivation level somewhere. For this moment, where were they supposed to go and find them? Ba, you are too arrogant. Wuya stated evenly, yet his tone bore a frightening pressure, as if he was an emperor that was presently rebuking his subject. If a ruler demanded the death of his subject, the subject would have no choice but to die. That was how mighty and powerful he was. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "There is no father like that, nor can I manage to have a son as arrogant as you." Instantly, many members of the demon race spluttered in laughter. This guy had definitely named himself Ba on purpose. Whoever called his name would be at a disadvantage, and Ling Han would constantly be taking advantage of them. Wuya's expression was very dark. He humphed and said, "Spare the cheekiness. So what if you are a monarch star? In front of me you will not even last a single blow." He paused and then continued, "I have come today to issue you a warning. Stay away from Xing and the others. They are not someone that an ugly and coarse guy like you can covet." Hearing his words, everyone finally found that they had sought Ling Han out because of women. As expected, even the mightiest heroes could not escape from the test of beauties. Ling Han shook his head. "That is not up to you to say. Then you are asking for your own suffering." Wuya moved and grabbed out at Ling Han. "Wuya, you have gone too far," an elite of the demon quarters declared in displeasure. He stretched out a colossal giant hand, blocking this attempted strike from Wuya. However, it was clear that his strength was inferior. Though he had blocked this strike, his body was uncontrollably trembling, with him stepping back continuously. He retreated at least 300 meters before finally stopping, and 2 lines of footprints were clearly left behind on the ground. "Mutal, you dare stop me?" Wuya demanded coldly, his eyes dark. "You run over to our demon quarters and dare to commit a crime. Do you think that there is no one in our demon race?" "That elite of the demon race," Mutal retorted. Wuya and the others had barged in. If they were still allowed to just boldly strut out of here, what would be left of the pride of the demon race? Of course, if Ling Han was not a monarch star, he would not be protecting him with such great efforts either. Both Wuya and Sun Feng were well-known elites of the angel quarters. If he wanted to prevent them from committing violence, he would have to pay an exorbitant price. "So what if you guys all attack together? Would you be any match for Sun Feng and me?" Wuya demanded calmly. Mutal was speechless. The other's words rang true. The gap in strength between them was too wide. 7th Lotuses were completely outmatched in front of Wuya and Sun Feng, and only 8th Lotus could be a match, but how many 8th Lotuses were there? Any 8th Lotus that could stay in the academy was a monarch tier, and there were at most 10 in a single academy. If they were divided equally over all the quarters, that would be 2 to 3 each. The demon quarters had 3. The 2 strongest had left the academy temporarily, and at present the strongest one was him. If it was only Wuya or Sun Feng alone, he was confident that he could manage to stop them. After all, this was the academy. No matter how arrogant Wuya was, he would not dare to act rashly. However, if there were the 2 of them, he did not think he could stop them. He humphed. "Do you think our demon race all have no backbone? Furthermore, where do you think this is, that you would be allowed to act so willfully and arrogantly?" Wuya laughed loudly. "If I told you that this brat actually dared to conspire against Yu Yuan's woman, would you still dare to protect him?" "What?" Everyone was stunned. This Ba was really too outrageously bold, wasn't he? He actually dared covet Yu Yuan's woman? Moreover, your taste was too hardcore, wasn't it? You could actually make a move on a woman of the angel race. Ling Han was rendered speechless. This was really a complete distortion of the truth. It was clearly Yu Yuan that dared to have improper designs on his woman, yet they were accusing him of it. Anyone who dares to interfere further would be making an enemy of Yu Yuan. Wuya sneered and grabbed out aggressively at Ling Han. Chapter 23, Detained. Wuya moved while Sun Feng simply stood, hands crossed behind his back. He exuded a terrifying aura that suppressed all of them, especially Mutal. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanxin looked intently at Ling Han, fear rising in his heart. Ling Han was actually a monarch star. What kind of concept was this? Not only did monarch stars have battle prowess that far surpassed monarch tiers that were their equal in cultivation level, they were faster at cultivation as well. This meant that Ling Han would be able to catch up with him in cultivation level very soon, and then easily suppress him. Moreover, as long as Ling Han did not die before that, he would be able to reach as far as 18th Lotus Ancestral King in future. Just what kind of noble, majestic existence was that? He very much hoped that Wuya would kill Ling Han, and forever get rid of this future problem. Ling Han humphed coldly, and summoned the divine demon sword. Immediately, a cold light surged into the heavens, strong and severe. Instantly, Wuya withdrew and retreated, not daring to face the sharpness of the divine sword head-on. What kind of precious tool is this? How could it be so powerful? He paled in shock. Without even touching it, just feeling the sword light surging from it caused him to shiver all over. This kind of instinct was accurate. Otherwise, without even being directly struck by the divine demon sword, just the slightest touch by sword chi and he would be losing a few limbs. Sun Feng's expression also changed. Ling Han's battle prowess looked only to be at the 8th lotus second leaf, or 3rd leaf, far from being a match for them. Even a monarch star could not possibly defy the heavens. But it was a different story with this sword added into the equation. The aura was too shocking, possessing might to overturn the heavens and earth. Ling Han stood with his sword, alone and proud. If you want a battle, I will oblige. Ling Han stated evenly, his eyes set on Wuxia, a frightening killing intent emanating from his gaze. Everyone felt their hearts grow numb, feeling the blood boiling in their veins and a strong urge to roar loudly. Wuxia remained silent for a while and then said, even with a god tool, so what? The gap between us is not something that a mere god tool could make up for at all. If you want to lose any limbs, just come on. Ling Han crooked a finger at him. Wuxia sent out another palm strike, pressing down on Ling Han. He had spoken very calmly and easily, but the truth was he was extremely wary of the divine demon sword, and did not even dare to close the distance for a battle at close quarters. Instead, with his higher cultivation level, he used spiritual power to condense into regulations, which turned into a colossal palm that descended on Ling Han. Ling Han brandished his sword in a slash. Shua, this giant hand was split in two, and both halves passed on either side of him, unable to cause even the slightest sliver of damage to him. Fuck. Wuxia frowned deeply. His full-powered blow had actually been so easily resolved by Ling Han. Then, their goal of capturing Ling Han and teaching this brat a good lesson today would be very hard to accomplish. Who would have thought that Ling Han would actually have such a terrifying god tool? Looks like Yu Yuan will have to act personally. Sun Feng glanced at Wuxia, and the two of them communicated this message through divine sense. Yu Yuan, the strongest elite of the 100 Battles Academy. Long ago, 1 million years ago, when the 1,000 academies had battled fiercely, he had already been in 8th Lotus 4th Leaf. Now that 1 million years had passed, no one knew the exact details of his cultivation level. They only knew that he was increasingly fearful, and even the likes of Sun Feng would not survive a single attack from him. If he moved, then even if Ling Han possessed a god tool, it would be useless. The latter would be easily suppressed. Let's go, Wuxia declared. Lu Yuanxing was taken aback. They were going to leave just like that. They had come so aggressively wanting to teach Ling Han a lesson, but they had just seen him and they were going to call a halt? What were they playing around with here? It was all talk, no action. Wouldn't this just become a joke to others? But what could he do? Even Wuxia and Sun Feng had given up. The three of them turned around, planning to leave. Wait. Mutal spoke up. What place do you guys think this is? Somewhere that you can come and go just as you like? Then do you still want to invite us to dinner? Sun Feng smirked. Ling Han held a divine sword so they could not suppress him, but if they wanted to leave, how could it be that Ling Han would be able to detain them? Mutal's expression was dark. The two greatest elites of their quarters were not here, so it could be said that he was the representative of the demon quarters. Yet now such a matter had happened, and it was naturally him that would be feeling the most humiliated. He knew that he alone could not possibly stop Sun Feng and Wuxia. It was not doable even with Ling Han added, but the fact that he could not accept even more was these three people would just strut boldly into the demon quarters for a roam, and then leave completely unscathed. He has to stay, Mutal said, pointing at Lu Yuanxing. No matter what, he could not allow the three of them to withdraw completely unscathed. He had to detain at least one of them as an outlet for their fury. In your dreams? Lu Yuanxing sneered. He was also an elite that ranked in the top 10 of the academy. They wanted to detain him? Is that right? Ling Han moved while wielding his sword. In a flash, his figure had already appeared in front of Lu Yuanxing. His right hand balled into a fist and he shot a punch at Lu Yuanxing. How dare you? Wuxia moved as well, pressing out with his right hand. It turned into a massive mountain wanting to stop Ling Han. Ling Han had long since been waiting for him. With a wave of his right hand, the divine demon sword swept out in a strike. Shua, that massive mountain formed of regulations, was immediately slashed in two. In mere terms of destructive power, what could compare to the divine demon sword? Sun Feng too roared in fury and drew a bow. Though it was very old and damaged, it exuded a chilling aura. Xiao, he drew the bow and shot out an arrow, but Mutal moved decisively, focusing his full power into a shield that blocked this arrow. It was not able to affect Ling Han. You have gone too far. Lu Yuanxing roared in fury. You faced Wuya on one side and at the same time planned to take me down as well? Just how much are you looking down on me? It was not that he had not exchanged blows with Ling Han before. The battle prowess of both sides was almost on par. He countered strongly, wanting to make Ling Han know just how powerful he could be. Ling Han used Fists of Fury and launched a barrage of attacks at Lu Yuanxin. What was Fists of Fury? Naturally, it was referring to strikes of fury, something related to emotion. If Ling Han was under normal circumstances, he would only be able to release about 70 to 80% of the true might of Fists of Fury, but now someone had an eye on his woman, and had come right to his doorstep to issue threats, so how could he not feel angry? Boom. Using Fists of Fury, it was as if Ling Han had turned into a great demon from the primitive age. Every punch carried supreme dominance. He was also like a crazed demon, and others would feel their hearts shudder and their legs go unsteady just at the sight of him. Lu Yuanxin was instantly suppressed. This time Ling Han used his true strength. Multiple regulations surged out with astonishing might. Both Wuya and Sun Feng roared in fury, and wanted to rush forwards to save him. However, one of them was being detained by Mutal, while the other was intimidated by the powerful weapon in Ling Han's hands, and did not dare to come closer at all. He could only watch helplessly as Lu Yuanxin was beaten down harder and harder. In merely a few hundred moves, Lu Yuanxin was subdued, and Ling Han held him up like he was holding a chick. Everyone was stunned. Though everyone knew that a monarch star was stronger than a monarch tier, there was still a major tier between the two of them after all. No matter what, the two of them should have had an equal share of the limelight. How could they have known that Ling Han's evolution index had reached 10.9, whereas ordinary monarch stars were at 10? This meant that he was close to leaping out of the threshold of monarch stars. How could he not be strong? Both Wuya and Sun Feng stopped. Now that Lu Yuanxin had fallen into Ling Han's hands, there was no meaning for them to continue fighting. They both had ugly expressions. Though they themselves were completely fine, the three of them had entered the demon quarters together, and only two of them left in the end. If this spread out, it would naturally be a great humiliation. And all this was because of Ling Han. As expected of a monarch star. He was really too terrifying. If he was to break through to 8th Lotus, he would definitely be qualified to become a threat to Yu Yuan. Let's go. Neither Wuya nor Sun Feng stayed and continued to fight zealously. Now that things had reached this point, they might as well leave resolutely and decisively to prevent further humiliation. Chapter 23:11 Great Misfortune. The moment Wuya and Sun Feng left, the demon quarters exploded with thunderous cheers. They had actually chased off two of the elites ranked in the top 10 of the academy. Furthermore, they had been forced to leave behind one of their companions. This combat achievement was extremely shocking. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ling Han. It was he, armed with a single sword, that had won back the pride of the demon quarters, and had raised their reputation to a new height at that. Bah! 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 Everyone shouted hoarsely as if they wanted to shout out their hearts, and only then could they express the excitement that was presently in their hearts. As for Mutal, they had ignored him completely. What they needed now was a hero. Ling Han smirked faintly and tossed Lu Yuanxin over. This guy instantly fell onto the ground. Come, if you have a grudge with him, get your revenge. Ling Han was very devious. He grabbed the member of the demon race that had consecutively been struck with 12 swords and forced to expose his bottom in the aftermath. This guy had long since passed out cold. Ling Han stretched out a hand and pressed down. Regulations of wood surged out, and the 12 golden swords that were still stabbed into his body immediately disappeared. Furthermore, his injuries were also recovering at a visible rate. He slowly regained consciousness. When he saw his fellow companions around him, his heart calmed. However, he immediately felt coolness on a specific spot on his body. Instantly, his expression changed drastically. He secretly stretched out his hand and touched it. When his hand came into contact with bare skin, his face was immediately ashen. Oh no, he had actually exposed his bottom in full public. Now he really had no face to show himself. Ling Han laughed, patted his shoulder and said, "I'll tell you some good news. Your A*S is still completely untouched and fine." That demon's expression was resentful. If it were not Ling Han that had repeatedly used him as a scapegoat, why would he have been struck so many times and passed out in his pain? If he had not passed out, how could he have possibly exposed his bottom? The others laughed raucously. In the first place, there was countless internal strife among the demon race, so they would naturally be unconcerned about this person's pride. They revered elites and Ling Han was the hero in their hearts. Come, we won't leave any overnight grudges. Ling Han helped him up and then pointed at Lu Yuanxin who was lying on the ground. Ling Han had long since knocked him out. The demon instantly seethed in fury. He was definitely no idiot. When he saw that only one of the angel race, Lu Yuanxin, was left here, he could more or less guess what had happened. Hence, if he was to vent his fury and resentment on Lu Yuanxin, he would never dare to actually do so. But how could he not avenge this grudge? He had been forced to expose his bottom in public. Moreover, if he could stomp a few times on one of the top 10 elites of the academy, Lu Yuanxin, what kind of great honor would that be? It was enough to make up for the humiliation he had suffered by exposing his bottom. In any case, the angel and demon race had never been on good terms. Even if he really caused any great trouble, wouldn't there still be someone stronger than him to hold down the fort? His malicious intent stoked his courage. Immediately he raised his foot and stomped on Lu Yuanxin's face. Ling Han smiled inwardly. With a thought, the power of regulation that had locked Lu Yuanxin instantly subsided like seawater. Lu Yuanxin immediately came back to his senses. At first he was still dazed, but when he opened his eyes, he then saw a massive bull's hoof stomping down on his face. Instinctively, he shouted lightly as he shot up in a leap while sending out a harsh attack. Ping! That unfortunate demon was instantly sent flying. If it were not Ling Han stretching out his hand to block some of the impact, he would probably have been killed. It was not because Ling Han had suddenly become kind, but rather that the matter would become serious if someone died, and if the academy pursued the matter, it would be hard for him to come out clean as well. Fuck. That demon released a roar of indignant fury, looking plaintively at Lu Yuanxin. Then he very decisively closed his eyes, and he had once again passed out. Everyone was speechless. To be unfortunate to this extent, this guy was probably setting a record. Meanwhile, Ling Han pretended to be furious. You actually dare to cause further injury, brothers? Beat him up. Beat him up. All the members of the demon race were also furious. They all rushed forwards, pouring out punches and kicks all on Lu Yuanxin. Though Ling Han had dispelled the control over Lu Yuanxin, he had still left behind a power of suppression so that the other could only release a 10,000th of his original battle prowess, and this had dragged his battle prowess to the level of 7th Lotus. Just how many 7th Lotus demons were there here? Furthermore, there was no lack of monarch tiers and emperor tiers among them. With every single person sending out a strike, even if Lu Yuanxin was a monarch tier, so what? He was still beaten to the point of wailing in pain. The more he called out, the more excited the masses became. 1. Because Yu Yuan had emerged from the angel quarters, this also led to the angel quarters taking the lion's share of resources among the 4 quarters. Usually, no matter how arrogant the members of the angel quarters were, so what? Who would dare make enemies of them? Just like how Sun Feng and his group had actually barged into the demon quarters this time. If it were not for Ling Han showing his might, they would still have been able to retreat completely unscathed. This was the intimidation of Yu Yuan. And now with Ling Han leading them, it had completely drummed up the military morale of the demon race. Perhaps, everyone had suppressed their fury for too long, which resulted in this great explosion, and Lu Yuanxin had thus become their punching bag. Ping ping ping. All of them were extremely violent, almost beating Lu Yuanxin to death. In just a short while, Lu Yuanxin had been beaten to practically his last breath. If it were not for Mutal holding them back firmly, he could have even been beaten to death. Ling Han chuckled and quietly left, hiding his name and credit. However, this matter had also caused a great commotion. Who would have thought that the demon quarters would actually explode, and dare to capture a resident of the angel quarters and beat him up? Furthermore, there was actually an extremely furious member of the demon quarters that had *S raped Lu Yuanxin with a metal rod. It was unknown whether this was fact or fiction, but after Lu Yuanxin was sent back, he kept holding his behind every time he walked for the next few days, so many people believed that this was true. And the man that had caused the demon quarters to explode was a miracle. When he first entered the academy, he was only a 6th Lotus 5th Leaf. There was a clear assessment record for this, and in just over 100 years he had reached the height of 7th Lotus 9th Leaf. This was too shocking. This man's name was Ba. A very flashy name which was also a mockery of the masses at the same time. Who knew how many people had fallen for it, and had gained another father suddenly out of nowhere? Meanwhile, Lu Yuanxin had become a laughing stock. As one of the 10 greatest elites of the academy, he had actually been beaten black and blue and even been A*S raped. In the future he would definitely be unable to face others. However, was the angel quarters so easily trifled with? They did not just have Yu Yuan. As expected, just 2 days later, the angel quarters had announced that Ling Han was to immediately kneel with every step of the journey to the angel quarters to make a personal apology. Otherwise, Yu Yuan would move personally, grab Ling Han out of the demon quarters and publicly punish him. Ling Han did not know this at all. He called Wally over and asked this guy to help him analyze and calculate to find every little problem in his Dao foundation, and then he was to make corrections. After this was done, he went to break through to the Immortal Palace tier. Why was Wally suddenly willing to help? Of course, it was not because he had suddenly grown a conscience, but rather because Ling Han had issued him a debt note in exchange for this. And why would Wally agree? Ling Han said that he would give Wally divine metal as pay, but it was not now. Instead, it would be owed first because he only had some divine metal in his possession. Moreover, Wally was still earnestly refining that scroll that could not be opened. In any case, he couldn't do anything else in the next 200 million years, either, so what was wrong with just owing him for now? In short, Ling Han spoke very glibly, convincing Wally into agreeing to help first, and then ask for payment later. Chapter 23:12 Origin. Wally might not be a martial arts elite, but in terms of mathematical skill, there was probably no one that could compare to him. According to Wally, any regulations could be enacted, expressed, and understood through various matrices. He also mentioned things like formulas, mathematical equations, and others, and had written who knew how many pages. Ling Han was completely mystified. Speak in a way I can understand. Ling Han really could not take it anymore. Your knowledge of regulations and the essence of the high-level dimension is too backwards. Wally shook his head. High-level dimensions have already developed a systematic understanding of the essence of origin realms, and the formula I demonstrated to you is the key to unlocking this essence. The reason why I was designed and created was to explore the essence of the origin realm. Hence, after I was created, my realm has paid an innumerable price to send me to a high-level dimension, and absorb the knowledge there. Wally revealed an astonishing truth. Ling Han was stunned. You guys actually have the ability to send people of your realm to a higher level dimension. It should be known that if Ling Han had not obtained the origin magic cube, there would have been absolutely no way that he could enter into the foreign realm. That was because he could not have cultivated the regulations of the foreign realm without it. The moment he had entered that way, he would have been targeted by the heaven and earth, and once the regulations locked in his body had been completely exhausted, his strength would only have been limited to the Genesis tier. That would have only spelled death for him. The Dark Inverse Realm was also a low-level dimension, yet they actually had the ability to send someone into a high-level dimension. How could this not be shocking? Only me. Wally pointed at himself. I am an artificial intelligence model. Though I have retained my battle module, it is not my primary function. I have not cultivated your so-called regulations. Theoretically speaking, I am no different than a piece of metal or wood. Hence, even if I entered into a high-level dimension, I would not be detected. He couldn't have imagined that this guy also had the potential to be a spy. After I learned enough knowledge in the high-level dimension, I returned to my realm as instructed. Through a long period of calculation and deduction, I absorbed all the theoretical knowledge of the high-level dimension, and next was entering into the practical experimentation stage. The power of heaven and earth is superior to regulations. In high-level dimensions, elites would be directly extracting the power of heaven and earth, but ordinary people cannot do so, and it needs to be mined. Furthermore, the power of heaven and earth is located in the core of the realm, so it is extremely difficult to mine. Moreover, if it was done rashly without mature experience and technique, it would bring great disaster to my realm. Hence, a powerful king and I arrived here, preparing to execute a top-secret mission. When he spoke of this, he couldn't help but stop abruptly. That was because damage had appeared in this part of his memory, and he could not continue further. Wally's manner was incredibly meticulous. He had to calculate and deduce, and only after it had exceeded a certain percentage would he think that an action was viable or close to the truth. And the ability of making associative connections was pitifully poor for him. Perhaps it was just like he had said. It had not been very long since he had developed self-consciousness. After a few more epochs, he might be able to make an associative connection, but all this would still have to be based on ironclad facts. Ling Han very easily thought of it. What Wally and that king wanted to do was to enter into the realm core of the foreign realm, and extract the power of heaven and earth there. If they had succeeded, they could have returned to the Dark Inverse Realm and continued. In that case, the Dark Inverse Realm might have been able to successfully leap to possess the battle prowess of a medium-level dimension. Worst come to worst, they would still have been able to become one of the strongest low-level dimensions. If they had failed, the damage caused would only have been done to the foreign realm, and would not have affected the Dark Inverse Realm. This was Ling Han's deduction, and was practically based completely on assumptions as well. Furthermore, he thought that he was practically 100% correct. However, there was absolutely no way that Wally would agree with him. Can you extract the power of heaven and earth? Ling Han thought of this and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Right. Wally had mentioned some void particle energy, and said it was one of the source powers of an origin realm. If he had not gone to a high-level dimension, how could he have had this kind of knowledge? Wally nodded. Yes, this is a very complicated process of energy conversion, he explained endlessly. This would not endanger his existence, and Ling Han was owing him payment, so he held nothing back. With a thought, Ling Han took out the origin magic cube and asked, "Do you know what this is?" Wally's eyes lit up and his figure began to flicker. Ling Han knew that this was an expression of excitement from him. This is the core born when the heaven and earth first developed, and contains the power of origin, he said. What is origin? Ling Han asked. When the heaven and earth first began, various source powers would develop extremely intensely, and become more and more complex, so you would not be able to easily penetrate directly into the essence, Wally explained. Just like a grain of rice hiding in a granary, you would not be able to find it at all. If the layers of energy wrapped around it could be decoded, our formula would become simpler, and the model would become more well-developed. We would be able to better grasp the power of heaven and earth. No, according to my calculations, this would be qualitative progress. But when a realm comes into being, there will be strong power protecting it, and there is no way to obtain its core at all. Wally's eyes were glowing, and the light in his eyes was not dimming at all. Give this core to me, and there is a chance that I can decipher the secret of the essence of heaven and earth. Ling Han only thought that the Dark Inverse Realm was really awesome that they could actually create such a terrifying thing. Hold on. At least 35 epochs had passed since Wally was born. How could it be that the Dark Inverse Realm could not create a second Wally? They can't. Wally's sensitivity to the slight changes in expression and flicker in emotion of others was practically on the level of a monster. He immediately sensed what Ling Han was thinking. In the first place, I was created through all efforts and resources of our realm. Going by my deduction, our realm would need at least 300 epochs to be able to produce enough materials to create a second. Meh. He thought for a while. Of course, this would not be the same mayhem unique. Ling Han wanted to laugh. At times, this guy was frighteningly meticulous in thinking, but at others he would be like a child. It was indeed as Wally had said. It had not been long since he had developed self-consciousness, and was presently still in the process of maturing. Ling Han shook his head and said, I can't give this to you for now. I need it too. Wally's eyes shone brightly, and stared at the origin magic cube for a long time. Then he said, this is the core of a false realm. The power of origin, contained within, is very, very limited. Furthermore, this power is presently dissipating and evolving, becoming more complicated. It will become more and more similar with the matured power of heaven and earth. Then it will be completely worthless, he finally concluded. Was this guy bluffing to scare him? Ling Han thought. However, Wally had never had any previous history of lying so far, and it seemed like he had not learned this skill either. Ling Han pondered for a while and then asked, how much longer? About 200 million years, Wally estimated. Without further analysis, I can only come up with such a vague number. Ling Han was immediately relieved. The origin magic cube would only lose effect in another 200 million years. There was still a lot of time. He patted a hand on Wally's shoulder and said, don't worry. I will give this to you before it loses its value. Wally nodded. The sooner the better. Otherwise, the power of origin would only become more and more complex and encrypt itself heavily. The difficulty level for my decoding would also become higher and higher. Chapter 23:13 switched. It was not that Ling Han did not trust Wally. This guy believed in equal exchange and definitely could be trusted. However, if he took the origin magic cube, it would be like the scroll as well, just stuffing it somewhere into his robes and slowly refining it, going by his words. This was an analysis of some kind of energy composition and a decoding of its formula and module. Then he would be able to extract the power of heaven and earth himself to fuse it. Ling Han understood it but had absolutely no concept about it. What formula and module? So what if he knew it? The formula and module can be considered the equivalent of your cultivation technique, Wally explained. However, the cultivation technique teaches you how to use the regulations, while the formula and module are decrypting the power of heaven and earth so that you can channel the source power of a Genesis world. Do you understand now? No. Ling Han shook his head. Then I will explain it to you again. Wally was astonishingly patient. Because he had accepted Ling Han's debtor's note, he thought that he had the duty to guide Ling Han. Ling Han was getting a headache. What I want you to do is to calculate the deficiencies I have had in my path of cultivation, and not try and impress me. He knew that this magic soup should be a key to helping him walk towards a path of greater strength, but he really could not understand at present. Hence, he chose the more direct route, and that was to increase his battle prowess first before all else. When he had reached a certain level, he would naturally be able to understand. Wally nodded and continued to analyze the detailed problems about his cultivation for Ling Han. He had entered into a high-level dimension, and had already leaped from the regulations themselves to the power of heaven and earth in his understanding of power. From a certain aspect, he was a heavenly venerate, and a heavenly venerate of a high-level dimension at that. This was extremely helpful for Ling Han. He was practically recultivating with the regulations of a high-level dimension. Your evolution index has actually improved slightly in such a short period of time. Wally appeared disbelieving. You are extraordinary. I know. Ling Han was utterly shameless and directly accepted this compliment. If it was the Empress, Bewitching Maiden Ro, and the others, they would probably laugh at Ling Han for being shameless, but Wally was merely telling the truth as it was. His expression was unchanging and the tone completely serious. Wally was definitely a responsible teacher. He pointed out the problems to Ling Han one after another detailedly with incredible patience. Even if Ling Han asked 7 or 8 times consecutively because he did not fully understand a problem, Wally's emotions would not change in the slightest. A chill suddenly rose up in Ling Han. If Wally decided to become a great villain with his terrifying ability of calculation and estimation, added with his calmness and patience, just what kind of frightening consequences could it cause? No wonder they had needed several hundred epochs just to produce one of him. If he could be mass-produced, that would be a calamity to all the other realms. Time passed swiftly. It had long since passed the time that Yu Yuan had determined, but the residents of the Angel Quarters seemed to have completely forgotten this matter. No one actually jumped out to make any complaints. Only later was it discovered that Yu Yuan had also gone to where Ling Han and the others had previously gone. He had probably been trapped there and could not come out for the moment, and that was why he had not had the time to cause trouble for Ling Han. Originally, Ling Han had not been concerned. He had been cultivating inside the Black Tower all this while, and would occasionally ask Wally for advice. Just a year later, he had broken through to the Immortal Palace tier. He had modified the pill recipe for the 1000-year dream pill so that the medicinal ingredients of the foreign realm could also be used. He became incredibly low-key. A few decades later, the Empress and Hunyo both reached Dividing 9 Souls, and Bewitching Maiden Ro was the first to advance into the Immortal Palace tier. That was because she had originally been in this cultivation level, so her speed was naturally high. Another 100 years passed, and Ling Han had finally reached the second secret again. It seemed like more than 10,000 years had been wasted. Walking a large circle, his cultivation level was still the same as when he had fled from the celestial realm. However, if he were to return to the celestial realm, his battle prowess would be multiplied by tenfold at least. If it is now, in a battle of equals, Ji Wuming should no longer be my match. Ling Han suddenly felt a profound despondency. Having a strong rival that he could contend with, or even someone stronger than himself so that he could chase after him, was actually a kind of motivation. However, Ji Wuming is a reincarnated Ninth Heaven Celestial King. In the past, he was practically an invincible existence. Reincarnating and cultivating again from the beginning, he should not be so simple either. I still have several tens of billions of years before I can return to the celestial realm. Who knows, maybe he will have already become a heavenly venerate by then. I really want to spar with him. The high-speed spiking period of his cultivation level was over because his cultivation level finally completely corresponded to his actual cultivation level. There was no way he could just depend on comprehension of regulations to directly increase his cultivation level, but rather had to do so both physically and spiritually. This could not be rushed. Without genuine natural treasures, he might only be able to advance to the next minor level every 100 million years. Because he also needed physical cultivation, he frequently used the time cultivation chamber of the Academy. The highest rate of time acceleration was 1000x, and the Academy was wide open for a monarch star like him, with no conditions attached. Several more years later, news spread out. Yu Yuan had finally come out of that realm, and the next 1000 Academy tournament was also about to begin. The Academy would be holding selections for elites that would participate in this major event. Yu Yuan would definitely be going, and there was only 10 for the total number, which meant that there were only 9 positions that could be contended for. Is Yu Yuan finally about to return? Ling Han smiled faintly. He had long since wanted to have a battle with this monarch star. The latter actually dared to have thoughts about the Empress. Just see how Ling Han would deal with him. The Academy decided that a contest to select the 9 representatives would be held 3 days later. For Ling Han, the good news was that the Empress and Hunyo had also returned to the Immortal Palace tier, and had even surpassed him once more in cultivation level, reaching the height of 5th secret. In other words, everyone's cultivation level had finally returned to their starting line. 3 days passed and selections began. Because those that had reached the Immortal Palace tier or 8th Lotus, were naturally considered seeded candidates, and had no need to join the preliminary selections, Ling Han, the Empress, Hunyo, and Bewitching Maiden Ro had all automatically advanced to the next round. In truth, aside from Monarch Stars who could match Immortal Palace tier when they themselves were only dividing Soul tier. Thus, as long as the number of Immortal Palace tiers exceeded 9, the others would naturally have no interest in participating. In the final rounds, aside from Ling Han and his group, it was Sun Feng and Wuya from the Angel Quarters, Mutal, Anju and Magyufai from the Demon Quarters, a yellow bull and a snow leopard represented the holy beasts, and the insect race sent a giant bee. As for Lu Yuanxin, because he could not bring himself to face the public, it was natural that he could not participate. There were a total of 12 people and only 3 would be eliminated. Every single person had to fight 11 matches. The 3 people who had won the least number of matches would be eliminated, while the others would enter the final name list of participation. The battles began. Because they were all monarch tiers, aside from Ling Han, the battle prowess of those at equal cultivation levels was practically the same. Thus, the cultivation level had become especially important. After 2 days of battles, the snow leopard, the bee and Mutal were eliminated, while the others successfully advanced. However, only a single day later the Academy suddenly released an announcement, announcing that Ling Han's place was removed, and Lu Yuanxin would be going in his stead. When this news was out, the masses immediately erupted in an uproar. How could that be allowed? If the Academy would be appointing who would be participating, then what need was there for the selection battles? Very soon some well-informed sources revealed the truth. As it turned out, Yu Yuan had exerted pressure on the Academy, saying that if Ling Han was not withdrawn, he would not be participating in the 1000 Academy tournament this time. Though Ling Han was also a monarch star and had boundless future prospects, and would definitely become a brilliant star of the Academy as well, how could he possibly be as important as Yu Yuan now? Thus he had been switched. Chapter 23:14 Barging into the Angel Quarters. When Ling Han heard about this, he was naturally extremely displeased. He had absolutely no intentions to battle for the foreign realm, but if he could get a high ranking while participating in the 1000 Academies tournament, the Academy would also offer astonishing rewards. What he was displeased about was this. Furthermore, Yu Yuan coveted his woman, and now had come around to cause him trouble. This was also what Ling Han could not accept. "We will withdraw as well," the Empress said. "That's right. That damn monkey Nyo is going to beat him until he bursts." Hunyo was also aggressive. Ling Han pondered and said, "Previously the angel race has barged in. This time it should be our turn." Sure. Hunyo immediately clapped her hands. She was a little demon king that delighted in having the world in chaos in the first place, so she naturally supported Ling Han's plan to commit a massacre. However, this could possibly deepen the conflict between the angel race and demon race, Bewitching Maiden Rose said. Ling Han shrugged. If they want to fight, they can just go ahead. What does it have to do with us? Now that Bewitching Maiden Rose thought about it, he was right. She had been disguising herself as one of the angel race for too long, and unknowingly had placed herself in their shoes. Then let's charge over. The four of them left the demon quarters and went all the way to the angel quarters. Actually, whether it was the demon quarters, the angel quarters, the insect quarters, or the holy beast quarters, they did not have any walls or gates. It was just that the four of them were located in the four corners of the academy, respectively, with a very great distance separating each from the other. Hence, the four of them entering into the angel quarters was very easily done. It was only when the masses discovered Ling Han, who was a member of the demon quarters, that a commotion began. A member of the demon quarters had actually barged into the angel quarters. This was a provocation. Instantly, multiple angels walked out. A great many who had gotten the news also appeared, all of them standing on the streets and staring at Ling Han coldly. No one dared to make a move. Who did not know that Ling Han was an 8th Lotus-level Monarch Star? Furthermore, the angel quarters only had a total of 3 8th Lotus Monarch tiers. If they did not move, who would be able to stop Ling Han? Right, they forgot to count the Empress and the others in, but judging by the intimate manner in which they walked side by side with Ling Han, who could hope that they would turn around to deal with Ling Han? Bah! Lu Yuanxin was the first to jump out. After he was humiliated by Lu Yuanxin, there were a great many years he had not dared to step out of his doors. However, he was a monarch tier after all and had been earnestly cultivating all this while. Added with how his clan was also pouring all their efforts into nurturing him, his cultivation level improved extremely quickly. At present he was an 8th Lotus 3rd leaf. He wanted revenge. 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 Ling Han couldn't help but grin and replied, "Good son, long time no see." Lu Yuanxin exploded with fury. He was really too furious, so he actually forgot that there was a trap hidden in Ling Han's name. In the end, he screwed himself over again. "I'm going to kill you." He moved furiously. Xiao, his figure leaped out and charged towards Ling Han. Scram. The Empress's eyes widened and a frightening aura surged out. Her delicate hand shot out and turned into a great mountain that blasted towards Lu Yuanxin. Puh. Lu Yuanxin was instantly sent flying so hard like a cannonball that there was no further sight of him. It should be known that not only was the Empress presently a 5th secret monarch star, but had also merged the regulations of the two realms, so her battle prowess completely surpassed that of any monarch star that was her equal in cultivation level. This naturally was incredibly frightening. A 3rd secret monarch tier? Just a piece of cake for her. The residents of the angel quarters were all dumbfounded. Previously, though the Empress had slightly shown her prowess in battle, she had not displayed her full strength. Who could have imagined that her battle prowess would be so powerful? Furthermore, she was clearly a member of the angel race, so why had she chosen to help one of the demon race? Xing, what is the meaning of this? Wuya also appeared. His eyes were set on the Empress. His gaze held adoration, but at the same time was also filled with confusion and wariness. The Empress merely swept a cold look at him, and did not even deign to reply at all. Wu Ye's expression involuntarily became ugly and he said, "Don't think that just because Yu Yuan likes you, you can simply put on airs in front of me." The Empress raised a slender brow and moved directly. She arrived in front of Wu Ye in a flash. She sliced out with a palm and regulations bloomed, dazzling and bright. Puh. Wu Ye moved to parry. With a slight movement, he already blocked this strike from the Empress, and the latter was still sent flying back about 300 meters. One was a 5th secret, while the other was a 7th secret. Even the identity of Monarch Star could not make up for the difference in their cultivation level. After all, Wu Ye was also a Monarch tier. However, Wu Ye's expression became even uglier. He had sparred with the Empress before. At that time, the Empress had practically admitted defeat directly, so he had thought that the Empress was just a Monarch tier as well. But now that they had traded blows, he found out that the Empress was definitely no Monarch tier, but rather a Monarch Star. Heaven's Monarch Stars were really too rare. Even in the entire 100 Battles Academy, Yu Yuan was the only one, and it was just this one Monarch Star that had gained the 72nd place for the 100 Battles Academy in the entire foreign realm. The strength of Monarch Star was clearly extraordinary, and their rarity was the same as well. Yet now. First, Ling Han had popped up and now there was another empress. What was going on here? Even monarch stars could emerge in bursts? The empress returned and charged back towards Wuxia. Her wish to defeat Wuxia was practically an impossible feat, but for Wuxia to defeat her, he would also need to expend extremely great effort. Humph! Sun Feng appeared. He was stronger than Wuxia. With his hands crossed behind his back, he emanated an incredible air of confidence. He thought that he could subdue the empress in 100 moves. After all, he was an 8th lotus 8th leaf. However, because Wuxia was actually enjoying the upper hand, he naturally would not interfere as well. Instead, he set his eyes on Ling Han. You are quite courageous, to actually dare to run over to the angel quarters of your own volition. What, is this a tiger's den? Ling Han chuckled. It is innumerable times more frightening than that. Sun Feng moved angrily. At the time, the three of them had barged into the demon quarters, but Lu Yuanxin had been left behind in the end. This had become a laughing matter for the entire angel quarters, sustaining the merciless mockery and ridicule of the insect race and holy beast quarters, and this time if Ling Han was allowed to withdraw completely unscathed, the pride of the angel quarters would really be lost, and they would never be able to hold their heads high again. Damn insect, Niu will fight you. Hu Niu leaped out, battling fiercely with Sun Feng. However, there was not much of a gap between her battle prowess and that of the empress, which was naturally very far from enough to match Sun Feng. The moment they traded blows, she fell into a disadvantage. However, this little girl had already cultivated the greatest eternity immortal physique, and now that her cultivation level had attained that level, this physique was once again unlocked. She continuously dissolved into the flow of time. At one instant she would be in the past, and at another she would be in the future, and thus could effectively evade Sun Feng's attacks. For the moment there was definitely no risk that she would be defeated. Everyone was once more stunned at this, their mouths gaping widely. This was another monarch star. Gods, there were actually 4 monarch stars in the 100 Battles Academy. This was practically powerful to a chilling extent. If another 1 million years passed, these 4 would probably reach the height of 11th leaf, and they would definitely be able to crush the 1000 Academies tournament by then. Sun Feng was also numb with shock. Why did Yu Yuan have such an incredibly extraordinary high status? That was because he was a monarch star. And now Hu Niu was also a monarch star, which proved that she would also be able to achieve a similar status to Yu Yuan's in the future. Then, now that he was offending her like this, wouldn't it be digging a trap for himself? But now it was impossible for him to stop halfway. He could only grit his teeth and continue. As for how the future would unfold, he did not consider it first. He hoped that Yu Yuan would have a way to resolve this. Ling Han crossed his arms over his chest and laughed. Anyone else wants to stop me? The angel race exchanged looks and no one made a sound. Whoever stepped up would only be asking for their own suffering, right? How truly arrogant. A voice rang out, menacing and icy. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.